Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It's just another manic Monday. Today is Monday, December 1st, 2025. I don't know where November went, but the year's almost over. So happy December, everyone. Happy December. We're going to Norfolk County today. Norfolk County, Massachusetts, home of the Karen Read trial and a couple others that we have covered since the Karen Read trial. Brian Walshe is standing trial today for the murder of his wife, Ana. This is a no-body murder case in front of Judge Freniere in the same courthouse where Karen Read was tried. And Court TV has their feed up. I don't think I'm going to use this one because there's too much scrolling at the bottom. It kind of distracts me too much. But I think we'll go to Boston 10. But for now, just check it out. Different fan, different courtroom. Does anybody miss the fan? We had emojis for the fan. We have an emoji for the fan because we missed the fan so much. We had some fan missing, some PTSD from that fan in the Karen Read trial. It's our emotional support fan. That's what I was trying to think of, jury tamps. Well done. Well done. How's everyone this morning? Oh, new members. There's some new members we need to welcome. Welcome to Lorelei Annie, welcome. Jennifer Lynn, welcome. Bonnie, welcome. Thank you on top for your super sticker. It's a fan upgrade. Look, I think this is the big courtroom where they did the jury selection for the Karen Read trial and many of the hearings. And look how beautiful the molding is. This looks like a tray ceiling. Is that a tray ceiling? But I believe that this is the same courtroom that Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in all the way back in the day. Let's do a little deep dive into that. The Sacco and Vanzetti trial. Let's see. Going all the way back to April 15th of 1920. 1920. Cheeky Boom says, that's a fancy fan, and she shall be named Fancy. The Sacco and Vanzetti. Sacco and Vanzetti are important because their case exposed systemic prejudice against immigrants and radicals in the American justice system, sparking widespread protests and debates over fairness, civil liberties, and the rule of law. The trial and their execution. Wow, they were executed, Sacco and Vanzetti. Anybody pay attention in history class when you learned about this? If ever. Sparked global protests all the way back in the 1920s. How about that? And I believe this is the same courtroom. Yeah, if it is the big courtroom, it is the courtroom from which they moved the Karen Read trial, because the way that the jury box was situated, the jurors could only see the back of the witness's head. Maybe they fixed it since then. Scott thought Sacco and Vanzetti was a wine. Well done. Well done. Oh, we got to pull out our badass affirmation for the day. Affirmations for a badass. Here we go. Shuffle the deck. Shuffling. Here we go. Today's badass affirmation. Don't ever stray away from yourself to get closer to someone else. Don't ever stray away from yourself to get closer to someone else. That's great advice. Great advice. Well done. Okay, so Brian Walshe is accused of the murder of his wife, Ana Walshe. Ana Walshe went missing in the early morning hours of January 1st, 2023. It was about 1 year, almost 1 year to the day, of the murder of John O'Keefe. And it involves a lot of the same players, investigators. Michael Proctor was the lead investigator into the disappearance and then murder of Ana Walshe. Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe were the parents of 3 boys, 2, 4, and 6. And as the story goes, I got to switch to this because this, oh, isn't that so much better? Oh, praise be, Boston 10. Ana Walshe is also a Serbian national. She has dual citizenship with Serbia. And in the early morning hours of January 1st, 2023, Ana Walshe went missing. Brian Walshe didn't report her missing for a couple of days. In fact, she was reported missing by her employer. She worked for Tishman Speyer, I believe, in Washington, D.C., and she spent her time going between their rental home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and a condo that they owned in Washington, D.C. Little wrinkle to this is that Ana Walshe was having an affair with the real estate broker that sold them that condo in Washington, D.C. He's going to be testifying. Michael Proctor was the lead investigator. Also involved in the investigation were Yuri Bukhenik, John Fanning, Connor Keefe, a couple of other names that might be familiar to you from the Karen Reed trial. Brian Walshe has pled guilty to 2 of the charges against him. So initially he was charged with murder of Ana Walshe. Again, her body's never been found. He was also charged with improper disposal of human remains and lying to the police. He recently, on the first day of jury selection, pled guilty to those last 2 charges that I just mentioned. The improper disposal of a human remains of Ana Walshe, and lying to mislead the police, which also falls under the same witness intimidation statute that we've seen Hayden Carney charged with many times over. So we don't know yet whether the Google searches are going to come in, because most of the Google searches, as you remember, had to do with things after the body was no longer alive. How to dispose of, best tool to dispose of, cleaning products to dispose of, etc. I have to be careful what I say, especially in the beginning of the show, so that YouTube doesn't strike it for being unfriendly to advertisers, because even though we talk about true crime, we can't talk about things like, you know, taking a part of a human body, let's just say. Many people thought initially that Ana Walshe might still be alive because there was some shenanigans going on in Washington, D.C. with regard to the apartment building that she was managing down there. And there was an infiltration of some men who tried to worm their way into the Secret Service or told people they were FBI, and Ana Walshe was involved in that. I'm not sure if that stuff's going to come in. Most of the motions in limine that we have discussed have not been ruled on yet by the judge, because the judge said, this is Judge Diane Freniere, she said, a trial is a living, breathing thing. And so I don't know right now whether these things are going to become relevant and whether or not they're going to be too prejudicial. And so we're going to make the rulings as the trial goes on. Another interesting fact is that Brian Walshe's mother, Ana Walshe, who has been supporting him at his court appearances, Brian Walshe has been in the Norfolk County Pokey ever since his arrest in 2023. Ana Walshe, his mom, had hired a private investigator to tail Ana, because she thought that Ana was cheating on him. We still don't know if the private investigator is going to be allowed to testify. So it's going to be an interesting trial. How is Brian Walshe going to say, and the jury's not going to hear about his guilty pleas on the 2 other counts, and so that's going to be interesting too, how the judge handles that. How is he going to be able to explain away disposing of her body and not having been the one to take her life? He must have a story for it. So my thought is he's probably going to have to testify. And so this is going to be a trial that we're not going to want to miss. And we're here. The jury was picked about 2 weeks ago, and the jurors were told, I think they have 16, 12, and then 4 alternates. The jurors were told that they are not allowed to go on social media at all during the entire pendency of the trial and for the 2 weeks that they were waiting for the trial to start. And also, they're not allowed to look at any news at all or any newspapers. So we'll see. We'll see. It is going to be interesting if he testifies. I agree, Jenna. Kazi Thesaurus is here. Nothing is better on a Monday than Melanie. Thank you, Kazi Thesaurus. Love your username. We've learned a lot of vocabulary words from that man, haven't we? Heidi Pierce became a member. Welcome. Criminally Curious Cupcake. Good morning, Melanie. Thank you very much for your compliment. I have a new song for the playlist. Pass along to Roast a Turkey by YouTuber Fervent. I was rocking out to it while cooking my turkey dinner. So funny. Is it on Spotify? Because our playlist was on Spotify. Thanks for your 20. Nona to 3 says, can't think of a better way to spend my birthday with you in the cover. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Nona to 3. And to anyone else who is celebrating birthday today, here we go. Nikki Crayon says, my boyfriend just called me and said, wake up, baby. Your court proceedings are about to start. There's Ana. That is Ana Walshe, Brian Walshe's mom. Their sound is not up yet. That is Brian Walshe's mom. She will be testifying. That will be interesting. Everyone, remember to hit the like button on your way in. It's the nice thing to do. Thanks to Piper for becoming a member. Welcome. And Ma Divine has been here for 7 months. Love you too. How is she there if she's testifying? Sometimes she may be asked to leave after openings. She may be asked to leave before openings, but she's on the list, I believe. Sometimes the family gets a special dispensation to be able to sit in the courtroom during openings. We'll see. We don't know who has the kids. The kids are actually in state custody, as far as I know. But there's a lot of viewers in here actually in the chat who know the family and who live in the area, and they're from Cohasset. And I believe that 3 of Ana's girlfriends are helping to ensure that the children stay together and that they're doing well. But as far as I know, they're still in state custody. I also remember that retired Judge Carol Erskine had been talking about the Walshe kids. She was worried about them. He has not given any explanation of where the body is, Taylor. Nope. Thanks for your super chat. They do have video of him, though, disposing of trash bags, giant hefty bags, in several dumpsters throughout the county, some of which were at his mother's house in, where does she live again? Not Situate, Swampscott. And they have video of him at the dumpster outside of her apartment complex, dumping some things in there and some other dumpsters. There were also some Google searches for dumpsters and for garbage dumps. But some of the dumpsters, by the time law enforcement got to the dumpsters, some of them had been sent to the incinerator or to the dump, and they couldn't find anything. They did find some things in the dumpster, including Ana Walshe's Vax card, a necklace that she was known to wear, I believe, a watch, and a rug that used to be in the living room or the family room of the rental home that they lived in Cohasset. Thanks, Mark, for being here for 14 months. A glorious 14 months. He says, thanks for being awesome. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership. Thanks to Taylor for becoming a new member. Welcome. I may be able to give some memberships today. Let's see if they renewed it for the first of the month. Oh, please. Let's see. All right. All right. I'm going to send out 5 memberships to everyone who's watching. Just got to be, I think, participating in the chat. And then what happens is YouTube randomly distributes them. I haven't had enough coffee. Can you tell? It'll come to me. The words will come to me eventually. Here we go. I'm sending out 5 memberships. Good luck, everybody. Ready, set, go. She's waiting. I think she's looking for Brian Walshe. She's waiting for her son to come into the courtroom, but she looks frozen to me. Oh, that's because some reason it went on pause. We're gonna have to give the volume a minute to modulate itself in the courtroom because it's a learning process for whoever the pool camera is. Let's see who got those 5 memberships. It's a lot of scrolling back. We got to do. Hold on. I can't even scroll back that far. But welcome to the 5 new members who just got new memberships because YouTube gives me 10 to give out every month, which is like a new thing. Happy anniversary, Mrs. Bouquet. Thank you very much for being here for 19 months. Is that an anniversary that we should celebrate? Hello to Harrison if he's watching. Thanks, Taylor, for becoming a new member. Oh, look at that. I gifted 5 memberships. Thank you to me and YouTube for allowing me to do that. Magnolia Gypsy's been here for 21 months, and she says it seems just like yesterday. And thanks, Jeannie. Thanks, Jeannie Cantwell, for gifting a membership. And thanks to Jenna for becoming a member. You guys know that you can change your usernames back to what they used to be, right? You just have to go into your settings and do it. It's so confusing because I recognize a lot of your pictures, but they changed everybody back to like their original YouTube name that your YouTube account is under, I guess. Good morning, Cherie. Thanks for being with me for 16 months. And Ashley says, happy birthday to my mom, Michelle. She loves watching your lives, Melanie. Everyone loves a deadhead. Oh, my dad's a deadhead too. Rock on. Rock on to Ashley's family and happy birthday to your mom. Happy birthday, Michelle. Hope you're watching today because this is going to be a good trial. And then Cherie gifted a membership. Thank you, Cherie. Originally, they said the trial was supposed to last 4 weeks. Now they're saying 2 to 3 weeks. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure how you change them back, but I know there's somebody in the chat who knows how to do it that can probably tell you. Reese says, do you think the oldest son will be called to testify? Well, he was only 6 at the time. I don't know. I don't know that we've ever seen a final witness list, and I don't know that the son was on the witness list. But I mean, if he was 6 then, maybe he's 8. It's awfully young to testify. The cameras will be shut off. I don't know. I don't know that his testimony would be reliable. But he did have some interesting things to say because he told Yuri Bukhenik, it blows my mind still that Yuri Bukhenik was allowed to interview a 6-year-old. He told Yuri Bukhenik that his mother came down that morning, or that he came down in the morning and his mom was sleeping on the couch, and that she woke up and that he asked her to fix his iPad, which puts her hands on that iPad where all those Google searches were found. And then he says that she went back upstairs, changed her clothes, came down in her work clothes, and he says she had a 2-foot-long duffel bag or suitcase with her, and she went out and got into her taxi. And that's Yuri Bukhenik's story. That is his mother. That's Brian Walshe's mom. Her name is Diana. She was on the lease for the rental home. In fact, this will not come into evidence, but after the Walshe family moved out of that home, the landlord who owns the home in Cohasset sued her for all the damage to the house caused by the police doing their searches. That's not going to come into evidence. The judge did rule on that one. They're supposed to start at 9, but it is 9:05 right now, but the camera's up. So whenever it starts, we're here. They may have to talk about some things. There may be some rulings before they bring the jury in, but we're here for it. Thank you, Mama Cast. Mama Cast KT says, here we go, another Norfolk County show. Thank you, Melanie, for being you and being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. If any of you watched the show last night, it was hilarious because those the apologists for the Alberts and the McCabe's were in real time clipping my content and throwing it up on Twitter. Once again, they have no lives. How sad. How sad. Thanks for your 20. Appreciate you. Erica Hoffman says, here since season 1, finally official. Welcome. You got your cupcake, Erica. And Joanne says, good morning. Will he plead guilty today? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you think so? Listen, they have a tough case. They're going to have to prove that he did it and how he did it and when he did it. And all the evidence is circumstantial. And if those Google searches are not allowed in, what do they have? Okay, here comes Brian Walshe. He's walking into the courtroom. Handcuffed. Let's have some volume. Boston 10A. I'd have to go to court TV. Well, let's look at his haircut today. There was a barber in Norfolk County Pokey. His name was LC. And LC was the barber when Turtle Boy was in there. And we covered the trial of Dr. Harry Turk, and his haircut looked like it got cut by a hammer as well. And so Brian Walshe's haircut, not the greatest, but we also heard that LC was transferred out, and so he's no longer the barber, but he did give $5 haircuts, and he too was an inmate.
Please be seated. Question now session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth. Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning, and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impaneling, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impaneling, 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5, 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8, 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of defendant's motion in limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walshe residence and the remainder of that. to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the sealing, I rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walsh. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case. So it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted.
For those of you who are not familiar, the Cohasset PD received an email from a man named Richard Walker, and I think his email was richardwalker@gmail.com. And he said, we have Ana Walshe, and they demanded ransom from her, and they said that she screwed them on a business deal. Defense wants it out. Judge says it's coming in. They want to show the thoroughness of the investigation because they know they're screwed because Michael Proctor was the lead investigator.
It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough, and its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning,
William Fasto is the paramour of Ana Walshe. The hole in the ceiling was a hole that came from the attic. And the attic was above the bedroom ceiling, and there was a hole in the ceiling. And I think they were trying to show that he was violent. But William Fasto is her lover from Washington, D.C.
Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fasto in my opening.
Is that the photo of Ana Walshe and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fasto that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However,
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Ana Walshe sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in lim to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Houston?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not the one.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion limine 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And
That
all
my own.
right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that.
All right. The question is whether he can talk about
Yeah.
pleading guilty to the two charges that we talked about, the misleading the police and the disposing of the remains, whether they can talk about his guilty plea. She's not going to rule on that now. She says there's no case law in Massachusetts existing on this issue, but she wants to know ahead of time whether it's going to affect what they say in openings.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them the 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come on.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
The speculation was that Brian Walshe was angry and made a hole in the ceiling.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning.
Yuri Bukhenik in the house. Did you see that? And David DeChico. Listen to that. This is Greg Connor for the Commonwealth. He's their top dog, ADA in Norfolk County. He's the one who wouldn't touch Karen Reed's retrial with a 10-foot pole or a 100-foot pole. Yep, Yuri's here. He's going to be testifying, and he's in the courtroom. And take it back a sec.
For the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Yuri with the high and tight.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email, now that it's going to be admissible. We believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID, concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question. Yes, but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that?
D will be on next slide.
All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there.
Okay.
All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
He's talking about sentencing on the 2 guilty pleas, the lying to the police and the conveying away of the remains of Ana Walshe.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? We had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just sentence him on the other 2 charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So,
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
Robin, maybe they got him some gel or some product for his hair, but it does look better today than it has looked in past hearings. The children are in state custody. Why would she not include consciousness of guilt in the initial instructions? Because she hasn't decided whether or not his guilty pleas are going to be admissible yet, it sounds like to me.
Singular.
She did say she would give some time for Ana's family to submit victim impact statements, and if they haven't done that yet, then it wouldn't be right for her to sentence him now. And I'm not sure why they would want to rush to have it done right now. I think didn't we find that it's a max of 5 years for the disposal of the remains? The attorney sitting next to him is Kelly Porges, Porges. She's co-counsel with Larry Tipton. You might remember Larry Tipton from the Penny McGee trial, which was a bench trial that we watched in front of Judge Cannone. Hi, Olivia. Olivia said, is the Commonwealth proposing using his 2 guilty pleas as consciousness of guilt evidence? She said she hasn't ruled on it yet and that there's no case law. That was my understanding of what she spoke about earlier when she said, do you need a ruling on this now? Because is it going to affect either one of your openings? And they both said no. I call her Kelly Gorgeous because I love her hair. Here comes the jury. I don't know what just happened to their camera. It's very foggy all of a sudden. There we go. The remaining charges is first-degree murder. That's the only charge. And the judge is going to explain the charges to the jury, so you will get to hear it straight from her mouth. Her name is Diane Freniere.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Freniere, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Those at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this Honorable Court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. But jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. And I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And do you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by the Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe of Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Ana Walshe with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Ana Walshe in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, Each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role.
Sorry, closed captions are not available on Boston 10 when it's live.
You have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an
Bukhenik.
oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before them. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walshe is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walshe to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case.
There's your moral certainty. It's not like that in every state.
I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder, and the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Ana Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Ana Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Ana Walshe's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of two of you may ask about these actually when you're being selected as jurors. And I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement. pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next talk, I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2. And then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? See the lawyers at the side of the bench.
Yes, it did look to me like he had rosary beads. She's calling the lawyers up to the side, and so we're going to have a chance to scooch a little bit. We are a little bit behind real time, but we're doing pretty well today. I don't know if those rosary beads are going to save him.
I know that you will try this case. Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case lays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Ana Walshe, and her husband is Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Ana Walshe because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Ana Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Ana Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Ana Walshe had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walshe was looking for Ana, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Shaw. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Ana left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So Teresa Marchese went and drove to Ana Walshe's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Ana Walshe. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walshe back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walshe is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walshe's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walshe repeats. Ana left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Ana is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Ana missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Ana Walshe has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Ana Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Ana Walshe's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Ana Walshe's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Ana was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe referred to as a dream job, where she got to work for Kitchen Spire. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse. But he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Ana was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C., and Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify. He will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Ana needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Ana flew to Dublin Island the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Ana missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Ana went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with him.
Okay. All right. I lasted this long without interrupting. She didn't miss Thanksgiving with her children. She chose to go to Ireland with her lover, Fastow. Okay. But her mother was sick in Serbia. So they made a quick little stop off in Dublin to spend the holiday together in Ireland. And then she went to Serbia. That's a little bit of a minimization of what exactly happened here. Hold on. And they don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Ireland. Thank you, Gene. Listen to that again.
With Brian and the children. Go back to Washington, D.C. But Ana missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children.
She chose to.
And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Ana went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. and she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C., and on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Ana Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Ana. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Ana to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Ana had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Ana Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin the process of pinging Ana's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Ana Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walshe family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walshe. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Ana was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Ana had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Ana was wearing when she left the house. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walshe family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walshe on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews.
They recorded them.
And Mr. Walshe, during those interviews, will explain that he and Ana were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Ana had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter, that this case was causing stress on his marriage, that he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Ana's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Ana traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Ana about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Ana Walshe had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Ana Walshe, and that Brian Walshe was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Ana. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Guarino and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Enter Guarino. Are you going to believe any of the cell phone forensics? Enter Guarino and Connor Keefe, both of whom testified in the Karen Reed trial.
Trooper Nicholas Guarino and Trooper Connor Keefe. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walshe house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Ana had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walshe was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walshe, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Ana Walshe managed for Tishman Speyer in emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body.
Well, there's our answer. I guess the Google searches are coming in. The disposal Google searches are coming in, and these were made January 1st. And we also had the question about whose Apple ID was that child's iPad logged into, and he said it was Brian Walsh's Apple ID. So he's answering a lot of questions that we had pre-trial.
And then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device, searched how long for someone to missing to inherit.
Hoslong.
How long missing to be dead? Can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body. How to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You will see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You will see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You will see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles in area rooms. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet.
Yeah, it was the scented candles for me, not the mop, the bucket, the hatchet, the ammonia, the cleaning. It was the scented candles for me.
The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You will see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You will see someone going to the dumpster and then leave. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swansea, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Air Mary's watch, blue-gray Hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Ana Walshe's name, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Ana and Ron.
And
Scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Ana Walshe's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Ana Walshe about 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor.
That's the top dog.
Just why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg.
7th inning stretch.
And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you may be seated. Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Larry.
Brian Walshe lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you'll hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose of body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Ana Walshe was dead.
He's admitting she's dead.
That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Ana Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Ana and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Ana Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Ana, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not innocent. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence. Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Ana Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. You will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Ana worked in D.C. Brian would. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Ana Walshe and him talked. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and Ana, but between Ana Walshe and William Castro. The evidence in this case will be that Ana Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Castro will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Ana ever telling Brian about the affair. William Castro will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Castro will testify that Ana Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Ana Walshe had a crush on William Castro because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Ana Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian, I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Castro, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, You will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Ana Walshe told her, I wish you would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Ana Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Ana worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Ana Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fester. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Kirby. And notwithstanding the fact that Ana Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Kirby. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. On 12/25, Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater D.C. area, Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties for the future. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in D.C., these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe. Now, she's back in D.C. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in D.C. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Ana responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Ana Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his manifest that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from D.C. to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Ana, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, love you. And Ana Walshe says, love you too. We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Ana to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Ana Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Ana Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. He said that Brian was happy and Ana was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Ana signed on that box she wrote, let's make 2023 the best one yet. She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Ana and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Ana and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Ana Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Ana Walshe was never going to leave Brian, father of her children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Ana Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Ana is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Ana? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. He would never think about that. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
Wow. Brian Walshe is not guilty of murder. That was his final sentence.
Once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg?
Shake a leg. It's time for the 11 o'clock break soon, Judge.
15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just a show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or can you hold on for 15?
Take
All right,
a break.
we're going to take a break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
What is that?
Front row.
All right, I think they will turn off the sound for until the break is over, I think. Let's see, or until the jury leaves. Hold on.
Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break, and Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. the intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the,
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
all right. And the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet, or?
Yes.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe Judge,
Oh, he had something still to say, but we're not hearing it because they shut off their mic. All right, Sergeant Harrison Schmidt is Cohasset PD, so he's going to be on the stand for the remainder of the afternoon, and we are going to hear the audio statements of Brian Walshe's interviews because guess what? Surprise! They recorded Brian Walshe's interviews. Can you believe it? I mean, can you believe it? I just want to see if I can find a feed that has captions for you guys for when we come back. So give me 2 seconds before we look at some questions. That is not the defense I was expecting, that Ana just suddenly died in bed like an adult sudden death syndrome. But that's what they're going with. And it seems like they've got an expert who's going to back that up, that it's something that does happen. Let me say something here. Yeah, nobody's got closed captions on the live feed, so I think we can stick with Boston 10 for now. What say you? You guys good with that? All right. Let's see. Looks like they're moving him out for the 20-minute break. And there's the fan. Why wouldn't he call 911? That's what he's going to have to answer, and that's why I think he's going to have to testify, don't you? How else is he going to explain it? The other fan. It's the new fan, but it's making me a little bit nauseous. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to take it down. Court is on a break, and I'll just let people know if they come in. Court's on the break, and we have about 20 minutes to chat. Thanks, Deanie Addy, for becoming a member. Zemandem says, "Give us the body, then, Brian. Thanks for your deuce." Thank you, CM Linehand, for becoming a member. And the watcher says, "Did this guy just call Trooper should be in jail Guarino, a digital forensic specialist?" Objection. He missed 30,000 texts with Sandra Birchmore. Thanks for your super chat from across the pond. And 11 States has been here for 3 months. Says, "Thank you, Cupcakes. My gut says Mama Walsh is involved somehow." That doesn't seem to be their defense, though. Their defense seems to be sudden adult death syndrome, that he went down to clean the kitchen. He came upstairs. She was dead. And that he panicked. And I think he's going to have to get on the stand and explain himself. Don't you? Thank you, Bobby, for your Venmo. She says, "For always keeping it classy, bringing the knowledge, protecting the innocent, and fighting for truth." Well, I think that was from yesterday. That's what we try and do here. Yeah. All he's got to do is raise a reasonable doubt. Look, Larry Tipton is a public defender. He's excellent. He does tend to wander during his openings and even while he's questioning witnesses, and that's a style choice. A lot of attorneys like to walk around the courtroom while they're speaking. Unfortunately for us, it causes his mic to go in and out, and so sometimes it's a problem with the audio. Greg Connor is supposed to be the top dog for the Commonwealth. Let me know what you think. If you think he's living up to expectations as far as being a better attorney than Ana Walshe. I found his opening to be a little too meandering for me. Too much detail, too many characters introduced. But remember when Adam Lally opened for the Commonwealth in the Karen Reed case, he named like 75 people in his opening. And so I thought it was a little bit dull. And a lot of people in the chat were saying that you were falling asleep and it wasn't keeping you awake. You didn't have that problem, though, when public defender Larry Tipton got up, because he's very animated. He's very passionate. And he's doing the best he can with the bad facts that he has, right? In my opinion. I was confused because my understanding of the motion in Lemonade about the federal charges was that they were not coming in. And they were brought up in the opening of the Commonwealth. And it looked to me, and it was hard to tell because it looked like the judge was looking over to Larry Tipton to object, but he didn't object. And so I guess I was wrong about that pretrial motion in limine because I thought it wasn't coming in. But he did say in his opening, Greg Connor, that he was on house arrest and that he owed over $4,000 in restitution. I thought Larry Tipton had a good excuse for the search about best states for a man to divorce. And that was because they wanted to preserve the family assets because he had to pay $400,000 in restitution. Body's never been found. So is it enough for reasonable doubt? Yes, that's the question. Thanks, Proctor Waffled, who says you have to change your handle to change your name. We were trying to figure out how to get the names back. And this was earlier in the stream. Dave Matthews' neighbor said, Melanie, since he admitted guilt to moving the body, he would surely know who killed the person. Will they make him tell who that person is? Well, we have now learned that the theory of the defense is that she died suddenly in her sleep or in the bed. And he found her that way when he went upstairs after cleaning the kitchen. James Lynch said you can't legally buy menthol cigarettes in Massachusetts. Fact, I had no idea. Is that real? Is that real? On top says, I don't know if this is a typo. Oh, it's going to be a lot more that he's going to need a lot more than 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys on this one. Yeah, Brian Walshe is in possession of rosary beads. We did see that. Thanks, On Top. And Guy and Ben's mom says, will Walshe have the opportunity to appeal due to the judge denying the motion to suppress his phone and iPad overreach data? Yeah. So for those of you who didn't follow all the pretrial stuff with me and all the pretrial motions with me and saying that you love Judge Freniere and she seems so great and she's such a breath of fresh air after we saw 2 trials with Judge Cannone, I just need to point out to you that it is my very strong opinion that her decision on the motion to suppress the Google searches and the location data found in the iPad and Brian Walsh's cell phone, because in my opinion, they were outside the scope of the consent search between Brian Walsh's attorney and Lynn Beland, who at the time was Michael Marcy's right hand. I still feel very strongly about that. And if there's a conviction, which seems kind of likely based on just openings, but remember, openings are not evidence. We got to hear the evidence. Then and only then will they be able to appeal that ruling. But in my opinion, they do have a good shot. Here's what happened with that. Let me explain this to you. If you were not here for the pretrial. In the days following the disappearance of Ana Walshe, Yuri Bukhenik and Michael Proctor wanted to get a hold of Brian Walsh's phone and of any other electronics in the house. And so Brian Walsh's attorney, her name was Tracy Miner. She was his white collar attorney for his fraud charges because he was on house arrest for selling fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay to an Andy Warhol collector. That is why he owes $400,000 in restitution. He was wearing an ankle monitor. But we later found out that the ankle monitor did not track his location. It only tracked the times that he left his house. And he was allowed to leave his house to drive the kids to and from school and to go visit his mother in Swampscott. And so Tracy Miner, his attorney, and Lynn Beland of the DA's office in Norfolk County entered into a written agreement about the scope of the search of Brian Walsh's devices. And the written agreement, in my opinion, very clearly said that the only thing that they were allowed to search for were communications between Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe between a very specific period of time, between Christmas Day and I think January 6th, the date of the seizure. And so Brian Walshe agreed to give his devices. They took his phone, they took his son's iPad, the 6-year-old's iPad, and they took, I think, another phone that they found in the car. They did not limit themselves to that consent search. What they did was, and Connor Keefe is going to tell you, because we watched an evidentiary hearing on this, they did a complete and total download of all the devices. From those devices, they got the Google searches and they got the location data of Brian Walshe. And the location data is what got them to the dumpsters and to the Home Depot or the Lowe's and the CVS and the Home Goods. And that's how they got the video surveillance footage of him buying all of this stuff. All they needed to do was to go get a warrant for a further search if they felt that Brian Walshe lied to them. And so, even though he may be 100% guilty of disposing of her body, which he's already pled guilty to, the question remains, was the search of his phones and that iPad outside the consent scope? I believe it was. The judge said it wasn't, and she's letting all this evidence in. Would there have been a different outcome if all of those Google searches and the location data and all the fruits of the poisonous tree stemming from that illegal search, including all of the surveillance video that they obtained because of the illegal search and the Google searches, would the outcome have been different? It's going to be a ripe issue for appeal, and I believe it could be overturned on appeal. But, right, Vexatious Parrot says those searches are going to convict him. But, again, none of those searches are relating to how to take someone's life, right? All of the Google searches that we heard about, some of them had to do with divorce. Tipton explained those, maybe a reasonable explanation for some people. He also says he has text messages between Ana and Brian showing how in love they were, and that he had no reason to take her life. Will it be enough for reasonable doubt? It's going to be interesting. We have to see how the evidence comes in. Everything we heard in openings is not evidence. It is just supposed to be a roadmap of what each side intends or expects that the evidence is going to show. Thanks, Mama Zone, for your super chat. Callie Pride says, Melanie, your facial expressions alone. I know I wanted to let them get through openings without interrupting too much. But as the evidence comes in, we will do more commentary. Why are we even having a trial with Google searches like these? Well, if there's no conviction, there's no appeal, right? And he has pled guilty to 2 of the charges. So the only thing he's being tried on is the murder. We'll see what the expert has to say. Every defendant is entitled to a fair trial, and every defendant is entitled to a proper investigation and law enforcement who does not go outside the scope of consent searches, even if they're 100% guilty. If the Constitution is going to work, it has to work for everyone, right? June said, Melanie, do you think he didn't do it? I don't have an opinion. I want to hear all the evidence before it comes in. I mean, as it comes in. And so I really don't have an opinion on whether he did it or not. Without a body, it's going to be really hard to prove cause of death, right? And it's going to depend on how believable the expert is. If the expert's Dr. La Posada, I don't think it is, though. And we didn't hear anything in the opening from Larry Tipton about Michael Proctor, because we do know that some of the, not only the federal materials, but the total extraction of Proctor's phone are relevant to this case. And so I'm very curious to see what that is. Whether or not Michael Proctor was looking for nudes of Ana Walshe and other things like that. I thought this was amusing. S-Cubed5234 said, my friend got fired from Walmart after calling the cops every time people bought Clorox and a saw at 2 a.m. If that was a joke, it's hilarious. If that is real, it's even more hilarious. And Snarktastic Sam says, I like Tipton, but not his client. Both things can be true, right? Both things can be true. If anybody has the witness list, I can't find it in my documents. If anybody's got a copy of the most recent witness list, if you would email it to me at fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. I know Proctor's on the defense witness list. And so understand also that the witness list is everybody who could possibly be called. It doesn't mean that all of them are going to be called. If you did not watch the Penny McGee trial with me, highly recommend. Larry Tipton was amazing. Penny McGee was a woman who was on trial in Norfolk County. It was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannone. Penny McGee was charged with manslaughter for the death of her ex-husband, Andrew Savage, who she still was living with. They had an argument, a verbal argument in the foyer of their home. Penny may or may not have shoved him, and Andrew Savitz died of a heart attack in the foyer. And at autopsy, he had many, many comorbidities, like a 90% occlusion of both descending arteries. He had pre-existing diabetes. He had dementia. He had been in 2 major car accidents. And the Commonwealth charged Penny McGee because her ex-husband's family was very wealthy and very influential, and donated a lot of money, I think, to some certain people in power in Norfolk County and or Massachusetts. And they actually tried her for manslaughter. It was wild. Remember that? Remember Zuzi, her daughter, who testified against her? Judge Cannone quickly acquitted Penny McGee from the bench. It was wild. Her demeanor, everything was totally different. Larry Tipton was her attorney in that case, and he did a fabulous job. Living Story World says, my husband of 30 years, and I looked at divorce specifically to supplement my disability claim due to medical needs. I'd qualify for free insurance without his tied income. Right. So some people get divorced for other reasons other than hating each other, right? Nay said, shouldn't the store purchases be kept out because of his plea? Why can it be brought in? They're going to use it. They're going to use it to try and show consciousness of guilt. That's what they're going to use it for. And so some of the pretrial rulings seem to be confusing because I thought that stuff about his federal convictions were not coming in, but apparently they are. I didn't hear any instruction on whether or not objections, they can state their objections. She did not specifically say that they can't. And I think Judge Cannone's ruling on that in the Karen Reed case in writing. I don't remember this judge saying that. And we have also seen the evidentiary hearing in which Bukhenik, Fanning, Connor, Keefe, and others testified. And I think that they did state their grounds for the objections. You can correct me if I'm wrong, during the evidentiary hearing, right? So we're waiting there on a little break for a few more minutes. No, I think the jury makeup, somebody put it in the chat before. I think it's 9 women and 7 men. And Simi says a divorce can be strategic, same as marriage. Truth. Thank you, Kyle. Here's the updated witness list, potential witness list. I'm just going to, I'll put it on the screen so you can screenshot it if you like. Hold on. One second. And this again is the updated potential witness list. Got some keepers of records. And I think they said they were going to step on some of this stuff so that they wouldn't have to call keepers of records. They've got witnesses from, well, these are all the keepers of records on the left. There was one, Peter Capozzoli. I thought that wasn't coming in though. Peter Capozzoli was their landlord in Cohasset. He's the one who sued them or sued Diana for all the damage to the house caused by the search warrants. It hasn't started yet on my feed. Hold on. Oops. Unless I'm a little bit behind. Audio's not up yet. Brian Walshe is coming back in. One of the interesting witnesses who is on the list is the KP officer that we were talking about the other day in Aidan Carney's case, Keith Pantazellos. Remember? A lot of familiar names from the Karen Reed case, including, but not limited to, Yuri Bukhenik, David DeChico, Trooper Matthew Dunn, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Nicholas Guarino, Trooper Connor Keefe, Sergeant Jeffrey Kakowski, Trooper Christopher Moore. I think he also was involved in Karen Reed, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And then there's this Sergeant Keith Pantazellos. That's the KP. The Commonwealth wants you to believe was the KP who told Brian Tully about Aidan Carney's kid's bus stop schedule so that they could arrest him at his kid's bus stop. Brian Tully is on the witness list. That'll be interesting. But this witness list that I'm looking at that you sent me is only, and then it's a defense perspective witnesses. Michael Proctor is on there. But of course, he's not called Trooper. It just says Michael Proctor. Stephen Verano. That name is familiar. Wasn't he part of the taint team in the Karen Reed case? He's a possible defense witness, as is Priya Banerjee. Priya Banerjee, I believe, is a doctor. And where did we see her before? Why is that name familiar to me? Hold on. Is it because she does a lot of commentating on the news and stuff? It's because she's also an actress, but I think that's a different one. Proctor's being called as a civilian witness because obviously he's no longer a trooper. We're back.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes?
He's got his rosary beads. Oh, she's on Court TV all the time. Okay, thank you. We're going to sidebar. And he still has his rosary beads. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, for being with me for 19 months and for your very sweet compliment. I don't know. Is Dr. Banerjee the witness that Tipton had for Penny McGee? That could be Stephanie. Yeah, they would need to serve Proctor with a subpoena to come in and testify. I'm not sure if they have or not. Oh, maybe it was Harry Turk's trial. That could be right, Stephanie. Another Stephanie. That could be. So it'll be interesting to see if if he's called, as we await the Commonwealth's first witness, who is going to, we know who it's going to be. It is going to be Harrison Schmidt. We saw him testify also at the evidentiary hearing, and he's a sergeant from Cohasset PD. Turk was La Posada. Yeah, I think you're right. It's hard when we cover so many cases together. They all sort of blend together after a while, right? And we're going to hear the audio, at least, of the recorded statements of Brian Walshe. La Posada was on video in Turk. That's right, Carolyn. Thanks, Julie, for becoming a member. Welcome. Yeah. IO Columbia House. IO Columbia House, first of all, one of the greatest usernames in
Not yet.
the great 2024.
So I noticed during the opening statements that this room, which.
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine. But I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it back.
Ooh, the press is getting moved back because they're typing too loudly in the front row. They're not really showing us a full view of the courtroom. Is anybody here in the chat right now in the courtroom that we got to do on the ground? Norfolk Superior?
And we'll see how it sounds in this next time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
Here's what's going on over on
All
court.
rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
We just did a poll. What did you think of the openings in Massachusetts versus Brian Walshe? Which had the most compelling opening statement? 86% said Commonwealth and 14% said defense. There's only 701 votes. I don't know. Different demographic over there on Court TV. They got 4,800 people watching. And we've got 8,920. Look at us out doing Court TV on the views. Woo, woo. You guys are the best.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
So do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thanks, so you can be seated.
Just step right in there. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes, the lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Is it just me or does he look like he's sitting in a high chair? Come to your screen. It looks like he's sitting in a high chair. I imagine that they did move the witness box because, you know, it used to be that the jury could only see the back of the witness's head, but it looks to me like he's just sitting in a high chair. It looks silly.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes,
Which one, sir?
the Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
Yes.
Do you notice how when he said medical issues, Greg Connor tried to quickly cut him off? He's like, no, don't get the jury thinking about medical issues because that's why they're saying that Ana Walshe died. Also, play close attention here. First of all, Cohasset PD did a great job. I don't have a problem with Cohasset PD, but shocking, right? I know that I don't have a problem with them, but also pay special attention here because the CERT team is called in, and the CERT team is called in to look for Ana Walshe because she's a missing person. And that is what the CERT team does. The CERT team is not supposed to come and look for taillight fairy sprinkled pieces on the lawn at 34 Fairview. Their job is to look for missing persons. So pay attention to why the CERT team was used here.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked in a minute as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objections to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay, and do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right, so any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52.
They're showing a picture of the house that they rented on Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset. So if you haven't seen the house, come look. It's a lovely house. Center Hall Colonial, very big. There's like another wing on the right side there.
Photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 to 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back.
He's facing the back of the screen? Okay.
And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect, the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is...
I mean, it's so crazy how they took pictures inside the house, right? Of just like the dining room table where they took the interview. So crazy.
What is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
Yeah, what's wild about this is that at this point, Ana Walshe is just a missing person, right? And Carrie's like, it's almost as if the house is an important evidentiary location, huh? Who knew? Right. She was just missing. She was a missing person, and they're taking pictures inside the house. Like real police work. Wow.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 57177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 67131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table. in
And
the
then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is Exhibit now 7?
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
Hold on.
where is this in the home?
If
Hold on. The dog. They have a dog. Is the dog a barking dog? If he had taken the life of his wife, wouldn't the dog be barking like crazy? Did anyone hear the dog barking? Now I have questions, because that would be a good tell, right? And if there was a murder happening, wouldn't the dog have gone nuts? Oh, I don't know. I have questions now. There's a
If you
picture.
go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No,
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
in that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this as an exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right, subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your
All right, so this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
Ms.
right.
Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the recorder is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present here is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Can you speak to me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe.
Brian.
All right. I think I need to boost the volume on this, right? Because it's much lower than the regular stream. So just give me a minute. Oops.
Okay, Brian, what's your date of birth? Sir Brian. Can you speak to me? Present here is Officer Lawrence and
Is it better? Okay.
Sir Brian. Can you speak to me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe.
Brian Walshe. Okay, Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home on 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this
Of course.
today. Could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Ana, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow up shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you what I need, please? Yes. Okay,
One second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Honest, you guys will behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Ana, it's my understanding that Ana came home on Was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came out, okay. And she flew from DC to...
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You know, you can look up, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is
That's
word text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in. I'd ask.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can look, you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. There's a screenshot of the JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you. Please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, so she sent me some videos of that. And then you'll get into the area where I start texting them kids to me. And if you want to look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open. I'm going to trust me. That's,
No, I appreciate it. So, Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday, 7:59 a.m., landed. And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m., photos of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She would take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay,
The ones that she liked.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I take the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, bring a text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or whatever.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
And it's on Verizon? if you know?
No, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported it over.
She brought the number over to their system?
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well, because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay, so she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work to start paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay,
yeah.
excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah, she always Uber or Lyft.
That's Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one of the two.
Okay, and then, so she gets dropped off here?
Yeah, usually they drop her off further down because they don't find the place, so,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally she's off pretty quick, so. Yeah.
Nothing interesting on the ceiling, Mr. Walsh. Bri. Keep in mind, this is 3 days after the disposal of her body. Everything that he's saying is a lie, but he sounds awfully calm, doesn't he? I don't know. Is that a sign of a psychopath? That's what the jury's going to have to decide. Lying is what he does best, right?
Right, so if it had this been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation, if I had heard from her, I would have known what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing?
Yeah, so,
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
yeah, with pleasure. I had some, when she was running late, so I took, William and Brian to kinder care, it's where they, with daycare, so I took them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I was gonna go, okay, Thomas. I just was gonna do a few, errands, that, I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. And
Okay.
then, she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay, and so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or did
Yes,
you,
that's it,
you didn't
yeah.
go
No, we didn't
dinner
go.
or lunch or anything?
No, we were just using the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah.
and then you just hung out in the house?
Yeah, then with the kids, doing that.
Alright, so then she hits, Farm Meadow to Hingham for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday?
Yes.
And Glossy Nails.
Yes, and that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yeah.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. and then she said, then she came over and she said, yeah, I'm gonna take the kids, I'll give you a break. I'm gonna take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay. And then my son took my phone to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to
I got it. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for us? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
So she hadn't seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 things, the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1.
Oh, that's interesting. He made sure to point out, look, she signed the champagne bottle. I want to make 2023 the best year ever. He's already disposed of her body. If you're just tuning in, the reason you hear kids in the background is because Cohasset PD went to the Walshe home to interview Brian Walshe about his missing wife, and the children were there running around. They're 2, 4, and 6.
2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone. Okay. So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to the room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out, and he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she'd been on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning, Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC. Okay. So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine. We make this decision together. So,
Do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of
but there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building, the FBI raided at one point. Another building, there was a disgruntled tenant. And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want that. I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag. Okay. And she didn't bring. She just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left and got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it's a taxi, and I was like,
wow, he's got a whole story planned. He rehearsed this how many times? He's got a whole story about what the son saw. And remember, this is the same stuff that the son told Yuri Bukhenik. So he must have coached his son to say all this stuff too. And we're going to hear how Ana Walshe was sitting with the son when he was interviewed. And we're going to hear how the son gets up and brings Yuri Bukhenik to the bathroom, to the basement stairs and draws him a picture. Wow. I can't believe that he made his kids lie for him like this too. It's not going to look good in front of the jury, in my opinion.
Driving the car, he's like, well, I really didn't see it that. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think
maybe Anna said taxi.
Maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. But what was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that. Okay. But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling. Right. So.
Okay.
Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had got that. I had no access to that.
He's got a whole a whole long story about the JetBlue credit card and getting 75,000 miles. And that's another tell when someone is lying. They will give you way too much detail. The question was, does she usually take JetBlue? And then he goes off into the JetBlue credit card and the 75,000 miles, blah, 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 just to buy himself more time so he can keep thinking of his lies, right? Yeah, he's going to testify for sure because he's too much of a narcissist not to, in my opinion. But hey, let's give his story a chance. But he really, this all sounds to me like consciousness of guilt because he's got too much detail. The question was, does she usually take JetBlue? I'm just, what's in your wallet? I'm just taking it back to that question.
Once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had got that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So JetBlue number one, American Airlines number.
Excellent point, Carrie B. Nothing gets by you guys in the snark tank, eagle eyes. Past tense. She had a JetBlue credit card. He didn't say she has. She had. Well done, Carrie B.
Two. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she couldn't. She spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston. So that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay.
Again, it was always Logan. It was always DC. Not it is. It was. He's speaking in the past tense. Any detective would pick up on this. Listen to that again. At this point, she's still a missing person, right? Everything is in past tense.
So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan.
It was.
It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
No, it is always Logan. It is always DC, right?
So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my
I'm sorry,
6-year-old, yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah. So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad.
Just so there's no confusion. Thanks for noticing me. Says he's not denying she was dead. No, but at the time that he gave this recorded interview to Cohasset PD, she was, his story is that she's a missing person, that she left on the morning of New Year's Day, got in a taxi, and she's in DC or she's in DC. So yeah, he's not denying that she's dead now because he admitted to disposing of her body. But at the time this interview was taken, the word choice is very, very important. And this was on January 4th of 2023, the day she was reported missing by her employer at Tishman Speyer in DC. See the difference?
So he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake." So he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy had to leave early."
Yep.
And he said, "I already know that, Daddy." I said, "Goodbye to her."
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he'd been off the whole week, so he did a lot of rest. So
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, and Jem.
yeah, well, the boys were we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till late,
Okay.
and Anna
They're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play. I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay.
Canton has entered the chat. We couldn't get through a trial without Canton. It's some play world in Canton.
So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came and hung out, and we heard it was going, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we did it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she got a message from Adela, who I spoke to today. It was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing that she was not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always,
He tosses in there that she wanted to see a psychiatrist, as if maybe like planting the seed that maybe she took her own life, right? Picking up what he's laying down.
make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on, and then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
So maybe around 1:30?
yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're gonna go to bed, and I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me, and I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get it until Friday because she was just too much work that she's trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you, thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time, and it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, after we got divorced, we enjoyed family
You
time.
loved it.
Yeah, I really loved it, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30?
No, Jem leaves like 1, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock, it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, I have to, let's go to bed. And I said, sure. And then I was like, let me clean up. And that's when she said that she had to go. So I would have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. But then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there early, I'm gonna stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were in bed?
Yeah, absolutely. Both sleeping at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
So she only got, this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before, I want to say.
Right. Now planting the seed that she might have been ill and just passed away somewhere or had a medical episode somewhere. He's planting a lot of seeds. He's a farmer.
Because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So. Okay. And that's when she came down. And then she does the final, like cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be moved. The boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. Okay. And then. Have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think that for me, but it's for Ana.
Her messenger comes up on my phone. That's Facebook. Remember, there was some discrepancy about that. People thought it was her iMessages coming up on his phone, and he clearly said messenger, right? Take it back a scooch.
So people have been sending messenger. She has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages.
This is iMessenger, but then he was talking about social media, so it's like Facebook Messenger.
I think that for me, but it's for Ana. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone has called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through and I look at it because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, they saw some action on the Facebook because I think you can see when someone's active on Facebook, right? As if they're looking at you can see if they're active on Facebook. Oh, okay. Go on with your bad self, bye.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram, Facebook.
Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Don't know. Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone. And last week it was the 24th, she had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear, I was spoken to more, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight. And then she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 6th, 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day. And she worked all night, New Year's Eve, which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first support right there. So I was like, And then she called, and I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you. And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it, put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, you know, I don't see the person every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday, I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to.
Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. He made sure to say that because remember, it was her employer who reported her missing, not him. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. That's his excuse, allegedly, for not calling her work to see if she was there because she had been missing for 3 days at this point.
We're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday today. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone. Okay. And then the chief inspector got back to me. I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it. Yeah. And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She had work. He said, I didn't see her yesterday. Okay. And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened. Yeah. It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So,
is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to pause right there because I found a feed with captions for you. Oh. Hold on, I just gotta go back a little tiny bit because we're a little bit behind. Okay. See, I'm here to help. We're gonna flip over to law and crime because they actually have captions. Yay, captions. And this is where he's talking about running out of juice on the phone. Just let me boost it.
Juice for her phone.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else?
Tell me if that's good on the volume or if you need it a little bit louder.
Juice for her phone.
Okay. Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife. Even though that we've been doing this for a while, and we haven't had it. I talk to her a lot, and even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, "I'll call you right back" or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's 1 or 2 times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and she's like, "You need to take it easy. I mean, that's too much pressure, Brian." I said, "Sure, of course, I understand."
Right.
And now this time, I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should, done something more. So my mother is calling and like she's like, "What's going on?" She was high private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, "Coming." So the detectives class, they're coming global.
What my mother, he brings up his mother right away, psycho vibes a little bit, and says she wants to hire a private investigator. Why did he bring that up? I got to hear that part again. Too much pressure.
pressure enough. I should. And now this time I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should, done something more. So my mother is always calling like she's like, what's going on? She was high private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, coming. So the detectives class, they're coming. Global, the gentleman at Tissues Fire is head of global security. So okay. So I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or
No,
does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the.
He's talking about when he was single. He used to use Uber and Lyft. Also, he's on house arrest, so he's not allowed to leave the house without permission. But he drove the Volvo, as they call it, the Volvo, when he had to go pick up the kids. Way too much information. When I was single, I used to use Uber and Lyft. Dude, who cares? He's a talker.
Around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Ana was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So it's
right. Does she have any family here stateside or New England?
Me and the boys. That's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Ana was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, so she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry, yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
any other siblings?
Just it's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malanta as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There's someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years. Okay. And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Ana do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's in
kind of a tumultuous relationship
there.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute. Yeah.
Okay. Was Jimmy like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jim is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Ana. They both worked at Little Washington.
Okay.
Jim and Bella called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Ana would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn Little Washington. That was Ana's. I think Ana's one of Ana's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's a Bella who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months. I guess now I think about it as odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's her brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Ana call, and then Ana's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. and his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, "Oh, I just got back in from Idaho," but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. But
Okay.
Bella did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yes.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down? Or brought
No,
you
no,
back to DC?
she was in DC. I was always involved. Like you're going back like from the beginning of our relationship. Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
sure.
how long, like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, "Oh, we go back to DC now as it works out." And I said, "Sure." And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see. She would have told me. We talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So,
okay, great.
With me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
Perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or?
Yes.
Are there any stressors, or,
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh, wow.
That's why I think she did 315 this year.
Oh, wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having
Trying to squash any financial issues. Financially better than ever. She was bringing 315 this year. She made almost as much as some of the Canton police officers and the MSP guys. She was making like MSP money. Wow. Hold on one second while I take care of somebody who clearly does not deserve to be here. Goodbye, Michelle. Thanks so much for coming.
problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers had both of their healths that were difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you, knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were. Everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress is not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
love notes.
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
the legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. Do you have a specific question, or would you like
Just to run down, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
You're an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person in the gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I've been able to be in Massachusetts. I'm sorry, in DC with my wife. She's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Right. Obviously, at the end of time.
That's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She can probably explain the law better than I can. But I was I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So, would I get a capture?
No, it's but I just I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you, because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So,
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely
stress or anything like that.
but it's extremely embarrassing.
This is to note. This is one of, I think, 3 or 4 recorded interviews. This is one of this may be the only interview where his attorney was not with him. So that's important too.
Talk about, but under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport. But now she always carries her passport. She brought, William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly.
Sure.
So she brought those passports here, and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
on her side.
On her side, and but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and okay.
She wasn't feeling well. She was sick. She was really sick last week. She kept saying that she felt very pale lately. He's setting the stage for her sudden death because he's already made up his mind that if he ever gets caught, that's going to be his story. Right? Problem is, he's already pled guilty to disposing of her remains, and perhaps it's going to come out that he may have taken her apart with the hatchet, hacksaw, or hammer. that was found in the dumpster and that there's video of him purchasing. So the problem is that since he did that, there can be no autopsy. Is that enough reasonable doubt? I'm just, my hopes for him being found not guilty are dwindling. Yes, she felt pale. Was she going to a tanning salon? But you see what he's doing, right? He's planting the seed or seeds. He's leaving little breadcrumbs for them that if he's ever found out, he's just going to say that she died suddenly. Sudden adult death syndrome. That's what they're going with. They've got an expert.
And flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You know, you've got to get, because
I would give her some weekends off. Oh, thanks, boss. You'd give her some weekends off. She's the one working. She's the one making pulling in $315K a year while you're on house arrest for your dumbass scheme to defraud an Andy Warhol collector with your fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay. Okay.
you know, she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule had really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversaries. So it's
Sure.
sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talk about everything, no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, and also, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was gonna take a month or two to get there.
Yeah.
It's taking a lot longer. So, we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And
But
you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here?
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense, sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right.
You felt bad that she had to bring your coat up from DC and bring more luggage, but you don't feel bad about disposing of her body? Dude, remember, the judge ordered him to Bridgewater State Hospital last month for 20 days to have him evaluated to see if he was competent to stand trial. And he wound up staying there for 40 days. And the doctor who evaluated him said he's perfectly competent. And tell me at what point during this interview was this Harrison Schmidt going, he did it. He did it.
So you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely. So Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse. Like.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton.
Let me just bend over while I pick up that name you just dropped. The label, the Louis Vuitton. We're rich. She makes 3 bills a year. I wouldn't need to kill her for money because we're rich. She had Louis Vuitton luggage. Yes, I would love to hear Samantha Benigno break this down as well. I don't know if she's done it. I don't know if she's covering this case. But, and Hermes watch. And props on him for saying it right in opening, Greg Connor. A Gucci necklace, Louis Vuitton luggage. She was living the life. And he's going to tell them all about it. He's telling them everything.
It's
like a big purse. Like.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the carry-on.
It's like you describe the carry-on?
Absolutely. So Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse. Like.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother.
That's where the son got the duffel bag words from. Remember, the 6-year-old son told Yuri Bukhenik. Not remember, because some of you don't remember. The 6-year-old son told Yuri Bukhenik that she was carrying a 2-foot duffel bag. Is he going to say his mother actually bought this for her? Hold on.
Actually, she wanted me to after watching police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all shade.
Yeah,
I'm
with
not
the
a first guy.
I mean, I had to become one. My wife is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that funny? The big LVs all over it.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like
No.
like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing
Just
like
classic,
like some
like what I have, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. I mean, she was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
Oh, it is good. You've got a great memory for repeating stories. If I'm on the jury, this is exactly what I'm thinking. He's got a great memory for repeating stories because he's already admitted in opening that he lied to the police, and all of this is a lie. She's already gone. He's already disposed of her, but he's got a great memory for repeating stories. You're self-snitching now. He is self-snitching. Well done. I wonder if Bruce Rivers will do something on this. Brian Walshe, self-snitcher.
Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No, Ana basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more,
Okay.
and then we both with the kids and stuff pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
That's completely reasonable.
But no, Ana's totally straight out always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps?
That was weird. I'm going to come back to your screen for 1 second. I just want to point out to you that he's nodding while he's talking about Ana doesn't drink really, but we did have some champagne on New Year's. Wonder if the champagne was poison. Where did they get it from? And also, he's going to point out again what she wrote on the champagne box. I hope that 2023 is our best year ever. Our best year ever, or something like that. I love Bruce Rivers too. Taking it back a sec. Watch him nod if you can.
But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
That's completely reasonable.
But no, Ana's totally straight out always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone?
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and
Yeah.
Ana had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so,
Come on. Who doesn't have Find My on their iPhone? I mean, maybe husbands and wives don't. I don't know. Maybe they didn't, but I have it for all my kids. I know where all my kids are at all times.
All right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag now." And,
Yeah.
but they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one that puts stuff together. So
Yeah.
So, and I would always just say, "Oh, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice them. I just noticed them. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
Wait a second. Was the kid just saying the F word? No swearing? Hold on. I want to hear that again.
All right. Okay.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I just noticed that. Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then the purse that you brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one. Oh,
Ring doorbell. I know it's a rental, but
yeah, no, we don't have any here.
is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I've been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on his. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. What's the not ring, but what's the other? Not our blink.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink, Arlo.
What's the one with the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think it was a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had three, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that. Yeah. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and, you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
the photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos.
He hands it over his phone right then and there. Texas mom says the mother bought air tags so he could track her.
What glasses, please?
She could track her, so the mom could track her, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know how the guy, right?
You said it would be okay if they went around.
Yep.
That's fine. You know what happened,
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm gonna make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell him not to. That's not common. William, please. Oh, no, I would like to say, I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that, that's your brother's, you're gonna get very upset. Thank you. Can I have those glasses back, please? No. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
On Friday. Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yep.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you get them?
It was in Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think what's there. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
It's so weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I could be like, here's my life going.
Anytime you want to go through my phone, feel free. They fell back on this in the motion to suppress everything. saying, oh, well, in one interview when his lawyer wasn't there, he said we could feel free to look through everything anytime we wanted to.
Yeah, I just looked, I saw the photos from the Superior.
Oh, great.
Yeah, of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, it's like, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, oh, I also went to, I had some interview event stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
We're getting a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, unless, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's fields, move the wall and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right, it is 7:31 on Chernoff Road.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
Oh, well, that's interesting. He overheard the password for the iPad. So when they did seize the iPad, they didn't even have to jailbreak it because this detective is pretty smart. He's wicked smart, and he wrote it down. And so when they took the iPad, they didn't need to jailbreak it. They just opened it up, right? Exactly.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that.
Miss Gilman, remember Miss Gilman?
Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Ana, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Ana had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house that it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120?
They did a walkthrough of the house.
Now,
And actually took
where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122? Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house, and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 21, 7236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house. A view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have exhibit 24, 7288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the two bedrooms on your left.
Could we have exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Okay, if you look at the ceiling in this photograph, you can see there's a hole in the ceiling. That's what the drywall is from. And so I think the judge said in the beginning that she has not. Wait, what did she say about the hole in the ceiling? Or whether that was coming in or not? The motion to exclude evidence of the hole in the ceiling was denied. And so it's coming in, but he's objecting to the photo.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserve.
And then I'd like to have
There's the answer to your question. They are allowed to state the grounds for their objection.
Exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is a
That's a big hole. If you're not looking at your screen and you can do so safely, come back and look at your screen. Don't break an ankle. Don't drive your car off the road or fall off any scaffolding. But you can see from the previous photo how large the hole is compared to the door. And then there's going to be a close-up of the hole in the ceiling. I think there's an attic above there.
29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Come on, why not?
Now, can we have
Okay.
Exhibit
all right.
30, 732?
Listen, I was on board with Cohasset PD and I've been on board with them. I think they did a good job here. But the wife is missing. There's a suspicious hole in the ceiling. He gave you consent to search the house. And yet you're not going to go up there to try and see if you can detect anything more, detective. Strains credulity.
20. What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who is residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343?
Okay, hold on. Because what's going to come up in this trial is I think they're going to say that they found some bodily fluids in the basement. And so I had questions about whether when they were given permission to search the house initially, this is the first day that she's missing. They go to his house to do this interview and they went into the basement. We might have to I Spy these pictures like a little close up after. Doesn't look like a dismemberment scene down there to me. But remember, if he disposed of her on January 1st, this is the 4th. He had like 3 full days to clean up. And apparently there's going to be video of him purchasing quite a lot of cleaning supplies.
And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 708?
How many people don't have their pool closed by January 4th? And I don't know, if you're renting, many times the landlord will take care of the pool closing and it's included in your rent. But if you're renting and you own an in-ground pool, like many of you probably do, you know that if you don't close the pool up properly in the winter, you could have major problems come summer when it goes to reopen the pool.
4. Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Got a siren going by, sir, and we'll let it go.
Don't worry, we're used to it at the Norfolk County Courthouse. Very dangerous with no kids to have a pool in that condition with no cover on it and no fence around it.
Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
Anything?
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset police station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Ana had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Ana's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to like scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
And what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Ana Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
A Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Ana.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request for additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Bukhenik.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought him up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that,
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but I thought MSP doesn't get involved unless it's an unattended death, unless there's proof of a death. I could be wrong, but they're asking for help. And they meet with Bukhenik and DeChico, both of whom are players in the Karen Reed case. And this might be where it all goes sideways. We'll see. However, I find Detective Harrison Schmidt to be a very credible witness. I find him to be. And that's why he seems familiar to you if you watch the evidentiary hearing with me in front of Judge Freniere, I don't know, a month or two ago. He testified. So you let me know if you find him credible.
was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Bukhenik.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Bukhenik?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's time for lunch. Ms. Gilman was the AV person for the Commonwealth in the Karen Reed trial. She was the one pulling up the exhibits. She was not helping Proctor with editing. That's Colleen Crawford.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th?
I'm sorry. Didn't she tell the jury that they were going to get to break for lunch at 1 o'clock? And right now it's 1:07, but okay, we're going to keep rolling with this. So this is the second interview on January 5th when the MSP got involved and DeChico is there and they recorded both of them. This is the second recording from the same day.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January the 5th, 2023. We were at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, my assignment at Norfolk Police Office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is at Cohasset.
Brian Walshe.
Beautiful.
Other
So I'd just like to circle back to I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, 'cause I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until Anna left. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the 1st, so at least Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of there pretty 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian.
Is the volume okay for you guys? Because I have earbuds in, so let me know if it's okay.
In the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50 on 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for when their days off. I made French toast and I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother later. So the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get we're low on orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a bit late to go see my mother, and then we went Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. That was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview with Deputy Schmidt, and you said that, I think you said at the beginning that when you were about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you did.
I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just like bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go.
I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but this really bothers me. You know I'm a grammar snob, right? Thank you, Candy's Life, and welcome. But when he's recounting something that happened, right, a couple days before, and he says, she kisses me and then she leaves, it just seems odd to me. Why wouldn't you say, she kissed me and then she left? Right? She kisses me. It's like he's trying to make up the lie in his head and talk about how he wishes it happened. It's odd to me. Listen again.
I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just like bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too blown up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Connor before he left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, I'm not going to go early." And he said, "I got to decline."
So this is like 7 years old.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay.
To
interrupt.
No, it's
To clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really. She had a dress on her, her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in. Sometimes because she's getting herself ready in her underwear normally. So but I know she always had a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was listening. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that.
Yeah, she had a Louis Vuitton bag, and then she had her
Prada.
She had her black bag. I think it was Prada. But she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that has
No,
Thomas here.
the only thing that turned up was we were here last night at Tiffany's sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
This man puts a label on everything. Louis Vuitton bag, Prada purse, Tiffany sunglasses, Hermes watch. He's very concerned with labels. Tell me, men in the chat or ladies in the chat, would your husband know if you had a Prada purse, or would he just think it's another one of your purses? Right? It's weird. No, we can't fast forward. If you're bored, you can come back later, I guess.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
She left her sunglasses?
Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
You know, no, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have, the phone was with, I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it, Robin took the day we just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went in the garbage to look for it because I guess they brought Ana's phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so. And then we got a girl for my mother, so. And that's when I called, I got my phone back, and that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, that's the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So I didn't give you the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI, so crossing at one point, that was her building. Huge leaks in Mazda or TJ Maxx, was gonna, leave, and then there was this kind of, resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of these big, like, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it's 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after I left her around her 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No, they stayed with Rob.
They stayed with Rob.
Yeah, they
okay.
stayed with Rob. But I was considering if Ana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so the pickup truck, who's that?
That belongs to, Rob.
Okay, and then so.
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have
Robin is the nanny.
other cars in here, and then the press. So.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And what is she? It's the Swampscott.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me, address.
330 Paradise Road.
What was that?
Well, I'm doing something.
Okay.
So, it sounds like Ana had a really stressful job.
That's true. Some people are calling.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like Ana had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times the money that she'd been making before. And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jan, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his. He runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a way larger scale.
Yeah.
Like multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming. It was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Judge Schmidt last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you were having on your end.
Yeah.
This job, you caused some depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to ask, a pointed question there. Has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year has been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things the court case taking longer, us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist, who was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He spoke to me today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. If she had a problem, she should do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay. So no past thought, no past attempts on it?
No
past like that?
No.
And is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, how much more time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the family time best for us, it just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Ana? And we're good groups of friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father were for 47 years, and for me, coming from a divorced family, not enjoying that was like it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling me something. What was that possible? But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, yeah, we're different.
And then there was some problems, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. But I didn't like DC, just, it was, I wasn't ready for like such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant, and I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that. So I think that was it, and then Ana realized that it might be, that she wanted to be with me, and then that being in Boston was fine. So, and then yeah, things.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. Judge, we're going to do our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close your notebooks.
Break.
You may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, we're gonna get a little break here. See Brian Walshe being cuffed up again. I wish we could have seen the front of his face when he was listening to those recordings, because we would have been able to tell a lot more about his demeanor. We really only could see kind of a profile. But boy, is he a talker, huh? What a talker he is. Let's go to the chat for a moment. He talks way too much. Way too much. Right now it's 1:25, so they're gonna get 35 minutes. They had a long break around 11, and they only go until 4 in this courthouse. So that is what we're doing. Ollie, thanks for your 10, says, after watching Truth Revealed and learning how to detect lies through language, this guy is a habitual liar. I don't know where she could be, but she hasn't felt well lately. Yeah. Thanks for your 10. I think there was a typo or two in there, but I read it as written. I can't, these usernames are killing me, you guys. JMG3, thank you for your 10 from across the pond, says, hi, Melanie, just wanted to let you know my hoodie just arrived. I'm so delighted. And it's cheered up a miserable Monday here in rainy Belfast. Thank you so much. I love you with all of my heart too. Thank you for your super chat. Anna Long says, I'm so glad that we weren't tracked and recorded in the 80s. Oh, the secrets we Gen Xers have. It's handy nowadays, but I do miss the low-tech life. Yeah, everyone knows where you are at all times nowadays, right? Everyone knows where everyone is. I don't think we weren't very far behind, I think. Just a couple of minutes, so not too bad. Miss Tricia said earlier, so they examined a house, even though Anna supposedly left, but didn't examine a house with a body on the front lawn. Yes, yes, that's exactly right. You are exactly right. Dave Matthews' neighbor said earlier, if you look at the hole between the two 2x6s, to me, it looks like somebody fell when they were in the attic and made the hole. But the thing is, the hole didn't come through the ceiling. It looked like it looked like the sheetrock was cut out from the bedroom, it looked like to me, and that just portion of the sheetrock was taken down because the floor above it didn't seem to be compromised. That's why I was curious about that. And it did look like the sheetrock was cut out to me. What did it look like to you guys? And Sabrina, yeah, did they say that they had separate rooms? Because they did say that that was the room that he slept in, the one with the purple sheets. But again, the bed was small. And then his story is that he went up after he cleaned the kitchen and that she was in bed and that he tried to wake her up or something, and she just fell on the floor and she was just dead. So did they say that they had separate rooms? This was New Year's Day, 2023. So it was almost 1 year after the murder of John O'Keefe. Right. And Sabrina said if they had separate rooms, how did he nudge her and find her dead? It looked like a small bed in that room with the purple sheets. So I have questions about that also. Right. The wood above was not damaged. Let's scroll back to those pictures.
The
I think the pictures were before they started the recorded statements, right? Okay, let's see. Right about.
Ms. Gilman, wait, actually, I'm sorry. So,
Okay, I'm going to take us back. Us back in time, because I have questions about this and I want us to look at it again. Here's the room with the purple bed in it.
7301. Could we have exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in?
Okay, so he said the defendant, Brian Walshe, was residing in this bedroom. The bed looks small to me. And this is the sheetrock is in the nightstand drawer. Can you see right down here?
In the drawer next to the bed.
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 20?
I don't know what this is over here in the corner. It looks like, I mean, it almost looks like there's a shoe on top of it. I can't enlarge it anymore. I don't know what this is. Is this like a valet for him to like put a suit jacket on? I don't know. I have questions.
8. Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
Okay, so this is the bedroom that he's sleeping in, apparently. There's only one nightstand. The bed is like pushed up against the wall. They said the home came furnished. But I mean, if two people were sleeping in that bed, wouldn't they have a nightstand on either side of it? I have questions. All right. It's a suit valet. Okay, moving on.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Okay, and it looks like there's only men's clothes in the closet. There's a hook over here with some other men's clothes on it. A lot of people apparently nowadays have separate bedrooms.
Your Honor.
But look at the hole. Okay, so here's the hole right above the door. Okay, and then they're going to show the hole from another angle. And the attic is right above this room.
We would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Okay, so look, the floor above in the attic is not compromised, right? Does it look to you like the sheetrock was cut out of the ceiling? Or that somebody stomped through the attic? I have questions. Looks like it was being repaired, says al dente, it's cut. That's just insulation? Oh, is it? I don't know. It's hard to see.
Now,
I mean, I see some, I don't know, wood here, joists, I guess. And is it floorboard or is that insulation? I don't know.
what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have...
Is it stained? I don't see any staining. And it looks like from what I could see of the piece of it in the nightstand, it didn't look like it was, you know, bloody or anything, but no, the insulation doesn't look broken, right?
Exhibit 30, 7320. What room is this, sir?
This is the...
Okay, and basically those are the only photos that I wanted to take a look at again. People say it looks like it's been cut. I don't know. I have questions. It was cut by someone who can't even winterize a pool, apparently. Very odd. Very odd indeed. All right, let's take a short lunch break. Let me just see if there's any more questions here before we take a break until the 2 p.m. lunch is over. Thanks, Jody617, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome and generous. And thank you, CWS Crooked Conduct, for becoming a new member. Welcome. Welcome. And yeah, Jane says, so those searches are good, but Haas Long to Die in Cold wasn't. Agreed. Miss Jess, thank you. Says, is your blue top a blazer or jacket? It's fabulous. No, it's a golf pullover. Just a quarter zip golf pullover is all it is. Thank you very much. So let's take a short break. What can I put on for you guys to watch? What do you guys want to watch while we take a short break? Go get your drinks. Go fill up your popcorn. They're only going until 4 o'clock. So we have 2 more hours after we come back to listen to. I need more iced coffee. Go get whatever it is that you want to drink. You guys want like some Paris Ray and the Crush? I knew it. Okay, we'll do that. I'm allowed to play. This is the only music that I'm allowed to play on YouTube because one of my kids is in the band, but we're not going to say which one. We're not going to dox my kids the way that other people's kids are doxed because we don't do that here. Oh, let's see what we can do. We'll start off with let's see. We'll do the Tiny Desk concert because we like Big Bang and the Tiny Desk concert. So do that first. And then we'll move on to something else while I go fill up my drink. All right, enjoy. Here's Paris Ray and the Crush to play for you guys while we have lunch. If anybody comes in and is like, what are you doing? We're just, all we're doing is waiting for them to come back from lunch. And we're filling up our drinks and doing all the things. Go follow Paris Ray and the Crush on all social media. We're starting off with the Tiny Desk concert and Big Bang. The booster doesn't sound good.
New York had an earthquake, a whopping 4.8 on magnitude. Just 4 lines in fiction, but it got me thinking how I didn't know what to do. This lack of preparedness is making me anxious, so what else is new? A solar eclipse or the apocalypse, and I still wouldn't turn on the news, 'cause que sera, sera. Just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with There's wildfires in the north and they turn the sky orange. The whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed. We just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when you're feeling like Truman and nothing feels real. Don't know what it says. It bracing for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause que sera, sera. Oh, just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with the sky orange, the whole thing looks like something from a movie. Felt like we were doomed, we just all carried on with our lives. Not sure what to do when you're feeling like Truman and nothing feels real. Don't know what it says, if bracing for the end is the most human I ever feel. 'Cause I'll just do whatever you want. If today is our last day, I hope we go out with I spend more time in my car than I do in my bed. Less time in my body than I do in my head. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I spend more time on my phone than I do in my art. I listen more to the assholes than I do to my heart. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. Hope I'm not sounding unrealistic. Isn't there some rule with statistics saying eventually my luck is gonna change? Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? There's something in the air and it's new, and I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste. I'm seizing the fuck out of this day, so I can look back and say I knew I was something. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I tell myself to be grateful more than to be great. If I spend all my time comparing, there's no time to create. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. I spend more time on my past than I do on the present. Now the present has passed, okay, I learned my lesson. Oh, something's gotta give real soon. Hope I'm I'm not sounding unrealistic. Isn't there some rule with statistics saying eventually my luck is gonna change? Something's gotta give real soon. Baby, aren't you feeling this too? There's something in the air and it's new, and I knew it was coming. No chance I'm letting this go to waste. I'm seizing the fuck out of this day, so I can look back and say I knew it was something. Something's gotta give real soon. I was born in the desert, baby, came a few months early. Somebody gave me a chance, like it was all part of some plan. 2, 3, then my parents picked me up from the woman who made me. Cried in the hospital and swore they raised me good, give me everything they could. Well, they kept the promise, flew me all the way to New York, where I grew up having everything I wanted and more. Couldn't shake the feeling maybe I was meant for something great. My mom told me all my life how much she prayed for me, so I felt like I was born to fill a prophecy. Couldn't let everything that I'm supposed to be go to waste. Now I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid, just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl, worst pain ain't metal, wasted on wasted potential. When you're famous, don't forget about us. I'm not even a has-been, oh, I never was. I take living on a plateau, over living in my own shadow. I was born in the desert, baby, was a long road, but I didn't let it make me cold. No, I was always told that I didn't get here accidentally. No, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. So when I met that boy, it felt like destiny. The universe wouldn't let me down. But I'm in pretty shape for believing when he said that he didn't mean it and he'll never do it again. Guess my destiny was a hospital bed. If Arizona could just see me now, I was supposed to make everyone proud. Now I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid, just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl was painted metal, wasted on wasted potential. When you're famous, don't forget about us. I'm not even a has-been, 'cause I never was. I take living on a plateau, over living in my own shadow. I was born in the desert, baby. Why the hell would anybody save me? 'Cause I'm a washed up, burnt out, gifted kid, just another shoulda, woulda, coulda been. Golden girl, painted metal, wasted on her own potential. When you're famous, don't isn't the notebook, baby. Not home waiting for you to show up in the paper. You could build me a dream house, honey. Come into somebody. We'll knock on your door 5 years later. So maybe I get nostalgic. But babe, when you call me, I warned you my goodbyes were for good. There's no big reveal in the third act. Not gonna come back. This isn't the notebook. We were crying on the couch when you told me we couldn't work it out. But you know me, I said to think it through. Before you talk like that, before you sing something that you can't take back. And I still rock until hear you say, I said, yeah, we'll get it right. Let me try again someday. But this isn't the notebook, baby. Not home waiting for you to show up in the paper. You could build me a dream house, honey. Come into somebody. We'll knock on your door 5 years later. So maybe I get nostalgic. But babe, when you called it, I warned you my goodbyes were for good. There's no big reveal in the third act. Not gonna come back. This isn't the notebook. So now you show up, looking steady. You're all grown up, and you're ready to give me everything you think I deserve. But I found someone who gave me everything first. And I don't know what you expected. It's not a lie. You left it open-ended. 'Cause this isn't the notebook, baby. Not home waiting for you to show up in the paper. You could build me a dream house, honey. Come into somebody. We'll knock on your door 5 years later. So maybe I get nostalgic. But babe, when you called it, I warned you my goodbyes were for good. There's no big reveal in the third act. Not gonna come back. This isn't the notebook. There's a key under the mat for the door I swore was closed. I sleep with the porch light on, even though I live alone. This isn't the notebook, baby. Not home waiting for you to show up in the paper. You could build me a dream house, honey. Come into somebody. We'll knock on your door 5 years later. Maybe I get nostalgic. Babe, when you called it, I warned you my goodbyes were for good. There's no big reveal in the third act. I'm not gonna come back. This isn't the notebook.
And we're back. And we're back. We have a couple more minutes till lunch. I'm still live, right? I don't know what you guys were chattering about the stream going away. I didn't notice anything. The stream is still up and we're still live, so I don't know what you're talking about. Because that hasn't happened. So I'm going to delete all of these comments. What was it about? What was it about, my friends? What was the curiosity? Somebody said they got their super chat refunded. Even if the stream was demonetized, they would not refund your super chat. So maybe your credit card didn't go through or something. I have no idea. I have no idea. That's a new one for me. Holly Johnson said, no typo in my last post. It's an example of how to detect lies. The repeated words are a giveaway to his lies. Oh, because he kept repeating himself. Yeah. Let's see where we're at over here. What did we go to? We went to Long Crime, I think, because they had they had closed captions, and people like closed captions. Thanks, Holly. Court's coming back at 2 p.m. It's scrolling along the bottom of your screen. And so we're back. Let us pull up this one so people don't get freaked out that they can't see the fan. But that is one annoying fan. This judge runs a tight ship. Sometimes we even forget that the judge is there, right? What a difference between Judge Freniere and Judge Cannone, in my opinion. Yeah, doesn't everybody keep drywall in their bedside drawer? YouTube is acting funky today. What was the issue? What was the issue? Some people got their super chats refunded? Or one person did? I don't know. To be honest, I went to fill up my iced coffee, so I wasn't watching the chat. Justice for Ana. It's devastating that those three boys are in state custody. I don't know if any of Ana's family is here. I don't know her mother's medical condition. I mean, they were talking about her mother's health and the fact that she may not be in good health and she's in Serbia. And then the sister, I think they said the sister lives somewhere in Canada. So I'm not sure if there are any Ana supporters in the courtroom. If anybody is in the courtroom, let us know. We haven't even really gotten a good full shot of the courtroom to see how many people are in the gallery. And I'm surprised because if I lived near Norfolk County Superior, I'd go over there. I'd be sitting there watching. Would you? Priscilla said it looked like the stream was going away because it minimized the next video. Oh, that's because I thought I queued up the songs to play one after the other, so I'd have a little more than 4 minutes to go back and to fill up my drink. But well, betting on humanity. Are you betting on humanity? Wow. That's very optimistic of you. You must not be hanging around on Twitter. Yes, it is possible. Proctor is on the defense witness list. He may be called by the defense. And so it'll be interesting because the Commonwealth has said clearly they're not going to call him. And we know that his phone extraction is relevant somehow to this case. The only way we're going to find out is if he gets on the stand. So we'll see. I mean, it may be Brian Walsh's only shot in hell of getting out of this. You know what I'm saying? If ever. He gives beauty for ashes, says, was there anything shocking in this morning's testimony that I need to watch, or can I just join y'all after lunch and catch up later? I would go back and watch Larry Tipton, the defense attorney's opening statement. It's going to give you their roadmap of the case. And his story is he didn't kill her. He went upstairs after cleaning the kitchen on New Year's Eve after their friend or her friend and former boss, Gem, Gem Mutlu, Mutlu, left. And then Brian went down to clean the kitchen. And then he says he came back up and he nudged her and she fell off the bed and she was just dead. Then apparently he panicked. We still don't know what happened because Larry didn't really tell us what happened. And that's why I think we're really going to have to hear from Brian Walshe. He probably is going to have to testify because how else is he going to explain it? Right? Oh, thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, that is a pink orchid. Can you see it? Oh, let me see if I. Nice, right? That's a supermarket orchid, babe. $10. $10. It had a lot of buds on it too. 3 ice cubes a week. It stays alive for as long as it stays alive, and then I throw it away and get a new one. It's cheaper than flowers. You know, like a bouquet of flowers. Beth Ellen says if he found her dead, why wouldn't he call 911? And that's exactly why I think he's going to have to take the stand to explain why. He was on house arrest. I don't know. Is he going to have a good explanation for that? Brian Walshe will tell you. All right, thank you. Beagle Rescue Mom says, I rewatched Larry's opening and he said, Brian Walshe will tell you why he did what he did. Maybe he needed the money to pay his restitution. Maybe he flipped out because he was already on house arrest for another crime. He didn't want to be considered a suspect, but I don't know. If she really just died in her sleep, why wouldn't you call 911 and let them do an autopsy immediately? And Kate says, what we're all thinking, I hope we get to learn about more texts between Proctor, DeChico, and Kikowski. Me too. And Jackie Zidell says, I love watching trials gavel to gavel with you. You make it easier for me to understand. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. T.S. Random says, it sounds like he took a page from the Chad Daybell's playbook. It is murder. It is murder one. He's being charged with murder one, premeditated murder one. And if you go back to the beginning and you listen to the judge's instructions to the jury, she lays out what has to be proven by the Commonwealth beyond a reasonable doubt. There are 5 elements to murder one. I wrote them down, so I'm going to repeat them to you. Number 1 is that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Brian Walshe caused the death of Ana Walshe. They may get hung up on that. They may say, well, we don't know how she died because there's no body. Number 2, that Brian Walshe intended to cause Ana Walshe's death, and that the act of killing Ana Walshe was deliberate and premeditated, that it was not an act of self-defense, and that there are no mitigating circumstances around her death. Let me know if you think that they've proven any of that so far. I mean, they did a poll. I don't know if it was Long Crime or Court TV. And it was like, do you think he's guilty or not guilty? Or do you need to see more evidence? And like over 80% said that he was guilty already from the little that we've heard today. I think 2% said not guilty and the rest said they need to hear more evidence. I don't know. I'm going to try and keep an open mind. I'll try and keep an open mind, but so far there are no lesser includeds. That will come to the verdict sheet, whether or not they're going to allow lesser includeds in. If I was Larry Tipton and Brian Walshe, I'd say no. I'd only want murder 2 on there. I mean, murder 1, nothing else. People are saying that the recordings are creeping them out. They're back. Sound is up. This is Judge Diane Freniere in Norfolk Superior.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Walshe is back in the courtroom.
Thank you.
They are prompt. We even forget the judge is there sometimes.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, before the jurors come in, could I ask? We have created a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe it was a motion to eliminate and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass it on, have the court officers pass it on to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
All right.
And I'm giving one to the clerk. Well, actually, the reporter first. Skip it.
It's not H.
Thank you. H for ID.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. May you stand, please. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You have the witness back on the stand?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Want those hands out now, Your Honor, or you want to wait?
Oh, we'll wait till he gets back on the stand.
Here comes Sergeant Harrison Schmidt of the Cohasset PD. Recorded his interviews with Brian Walshe, and that's what we're listening to.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy to live anywhere with her at that point. But that was, I mean, we grew up.
And I don't ask this to upset anybody, but is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly.
Okay, I'm going to sua sponte boost this volume because I can't hear it. Can you? I'm going to boost it. It's already boosted. Wait a minute.
Not with me, and not that I have any information on it. Like everyone who called me said maybe like on a work call. The same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Bella moved faster than the baby is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat through bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised of that.
I'm sorry, but that's as high as the booster will go. So you're just going to have to turn it up on your end.
When we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So in your experience, you had no suspicion that she was seeing someone else and doing anything like that? No indication to you that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were part of it. We spoke a lot. That's why, people were like, well, don't worry if you haven't spoken to her. But we spoke all the time. We spoke in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, she had rings, talk about her husband and kids. I mean, it seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot.
He says, we spoke all the time. We spoke all the time. If you spoke all the time, then why were you not worried for the first 3 days when you couldn't get a hold of her? These recordings of these interviews are audio only, no video.
If you see, when she came here, she was talking to you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with you, like a girlfriend? Or?
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma. Rayma. So it's Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. Ferre, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was, so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were the people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest, Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
I'm not distracted. So, Ryan with Jam. Well, Peter Pruitt was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like he needs support. So that's his brother. He lives in Marshfield, so we're pretty close with them.
So you know Peter
and Ana went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh, okay,
so that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So Peter Kirby and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for the
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do. So.
Nice.
What do you think? What do you think?
First it's just been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's going to be all over. I'm having a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jen and Della are like, where else did she go to? I was like, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone could be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she would just like go and not say anything to anyone or take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just leave. She wouldn't leave us or her kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What are you going to do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been useful.
Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. All of the evidence about him trying to cheat his siblings out of money from his father's will, none of that stuff is coming in. But he did have another con going, and that had to do with his father's estate. But he's just planting so many very seeds about what a great guy he is.
And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
you're irresponsible.
Bank institutions, stuff like that.
Yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Brand Bank. And she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit Union?
Yeah. So all the money goes there. Then we got the Chase cards. We have the Fidelity, which something happened. Something happened to the Fidelity card when she was in Belgrade. So that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have we haven't used that one. And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't view. I don't use the bank accounts. I don't deal with those, but I just view all the investment accounts and all of the view of.
Obviously, we want to contact his banking institution.
Everything is in on his name because he's a crook. They're trying to protect the assets. Okay. Yeah, sure. TJ Palladino, what up? What up?
Yeah.
Any activities going on?
Sure. I would. Yeah. I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase. The Fidelity, nothing's been going on, but the Chase. I use the Freedom card, and last time she used the Freedom card in Belgrade. It doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, don't. So I called her to go use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last. So the credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something, 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the freedom we use for a company I work with, Fresh Goals, which is a sports card or mobility company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor.
The question was, he's trying to explain why he didn't check a certain bank account today. And he's talking about a company that he works with, and he's going on and on and on. This is wild. Listen to that again.
Mobility company. So they which is we use for a company I work with, Fresh Goals, which is a sports card or mobility company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking the credit card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Ana done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two, like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then I think she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Dishonorably. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for work?
Yeah.
What was the destination that you really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "Why are we take her to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
on my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said it's good. She loves the Japanese food, so.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a family plan, or you had a family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Tishman's Fire, she's like, trying to decide what to do. She's like, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she forwarded it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her
no
records, right?
No, but Tishman's Fire wants, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's.
you're not, I thought you had the phone number.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just handing it right over.
They always have to be corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so upset. If she was on the family plan, I could like just like hand it right over to the guy right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my her brother, me, and on it, so.
Okay.
Ana was married to the guy?
She was, yes.
And what's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was over like the last 3 years, so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, we were talking to Margie, like, he won't talk to me. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking. What?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring everything out, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the chase cars is under that Mary's name.
Okay.
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed the name from, so it's on Knipp on the car.
But it's still an active card?
It's an active card, but we haven't used it. There's $229 credit on it. No one's used it the last 6 or 7 months. So.
He known that you carry a large amount of cash with her?
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times she only had $50 with her. Like she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought in for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in. We went there. Lives in. I'm sorry, it's by the water near Boston. Winthrop. So he lives in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot.
She took $10,000 with her to Serbia to hire a Serbian lawyer for what?
A lot of money for her, but she has had, you know, 2,000 to 5,000 at times. But
her personal use?
No, she just like cared if we had cash from fresh bowls, or if there was, you know, some money I could give to, but then she would forget. So that there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go for the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me, why don't you only have $50? But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble about the month there.
No, actually, we're doing better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and, you know, where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments?
Yeah, you really weren't in good shape. Her making $315K a year and floating the expenses of 2 different houses, and you owing $400K. That's not in really good shape, sir. But he's trying to make it seem like he wouldn't kill her for money.
Or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. You know, we were excited, you know, what she wrote. You know, Peter saw what she wrote for like, it was very positive, and Jen was here, and it was, you know, it was exciting. Like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. She was, and it's just not, yeah, no, they are at all.
You guys have you had arguments, like major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, the integrity is arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was a 2 weeks of vacation. And I was like, I don't know if you can use you here, boys, for 2 weeks. So I have to go to Belgrade. So yeah, that was our biggest argument, and I couldn't get in touch with.
But I thought her mother was sick, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade, because her mother was sick. But you had a big fight about it because you didn't think she should be away from the kids for 2 weeks. Is that the same trip as over Thanksgiving, when she went with her lover first to Dublin and then went to Belgrade? I have questions. But again, remember, he's lying, because this interview is on January 5th of 2023, and she's been missing since the 1st. He's already disposed of her, so everything he's saying is a lie.
With her, my mother wanted me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that didn't have, you know, contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with them?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you go no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week or December, there's some point in December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here and she wasn't, and I was like, I'm going to file some person's report, you're missing, where are you? I'm like,
She goes to Belgrade all the time, but they don't have an international calling plan on her phone. Really?
24 hours, you know, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel good.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like?
What?
Just any time, like during the last couple months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
Work.
I mean, well, yeah, it's been like, you know, she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. I said, "Oh, the boys are up." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We had a recap shoot. And anyway, at night I was like, "Oh, I'm tired. The kids are running crazy." She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I go out cooking normally." So I was like, "I'm going to go to Cobb to get something to eat." And you know, it's just a recap because normally as we were together, yeah, as we were together without being in person. But there were some nights on that I remember December like 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st. We didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we would go to bed. The kids sometimes I go to bed like, if you guys not come, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight. So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Ana? Does she have any indicators to do that something is amiss there or a diagnosis?
No, not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess probably pushing. Pushing, not a mental problem. Yeah, sorry. No, I mean, probably, if I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No. None of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask me questions that you have. Don't worry about moving the pen. I understand that you're here to find Ana and you're working for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
Okay, that's an odd answer. Let me take that back a question. Did you ever hurt your wife? Listen to the side quest he goes on here. And also remember there's a 2014, I think it was a 2014 police report from Washington, D.C., because apparently they lived in Washington, D.C. for a time, I think maybe before the kids were born. And there was a police report in which I think Ana called the police and said that he assaulted her. That is not allowed in. The jury's not going to hear about that. Is this DeChico doing the interviewing? Because I guess it was too hard to hear when they said who it was that was questioning. But I know it's not Schmidt, because Schmidt did the questioning on the first interview. This is the second interview.
Find Ana and you're working for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
Did you do anything to hurt your wife? Listen to his answer.
No, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
This family doesn't function without her.
Fight. Nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, there's no financial problems, there's no extramarital affairs, there's no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation, depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade. So there's like pressure from that. But my mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. But it seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about them. All of those things seem like a lot.
So you were to her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the three children. And she was missing. It was a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up, like I would go with her and I go split the us. Well, why did they help the kids? And I was like, how is that going to be for your job? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, up until, I mean, you know, it felt untenable until right now. I don't go back to that moment. It'd be very easy for me to work out because I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
You can hear his mother talking in the background of this recording, and I think she's in the other room with Yuri Bukhenik and the 6-year-old. And I don't know if they were interviewing her at the same time, but it's distracting, but that's what you're hearing.
Where would you go to look for, Brandon? If you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for? You have a favorite place? You have,
We've, we just, like, we would yell at everyone, we were exhausted, we do all over the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house, you know, there were investigators waiting there all day, and eating or something like that, because they thought maybe we should go there, but I don't know, Ana was not someone who would just want to, like, you know, go out and, she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her that, you know, her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. Oh, I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me, or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, but I wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like, you know, like my father would be traveling by himself and seeing TV and things like that. So that was not my experience of Ana.
and this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't, I mean, I personally can't imagine that. But she did, I mean, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today, where she's a friend of Carrie Westbrook, and I guess she was going to go see her. They've been good, they came up with the Ana Washington together. I don't know what happened, she was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her, she was on FaceTime.
Another broken SIM card. Reminiscent of Brian Higgins. And he still keeps talking about how she didn't feel well, she didn't feel well, she didn't feel well. Like he's already planning his defense that he just found her dead if he gets caught.
Because the SIM card was broken. And I was like, you know, I guess maybe I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, you're breaking, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she's ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jem said that she seemed different, but I mean, the extent that you're talking about, to this extent, is, you know, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't freak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, you know, do whatever you can to help the investigation. You know, we thank you for that. And, you know, part of that, I think, is trying to understand Ana. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone. And you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally.
Yeah.
Okay, this is important because all of this conversation with this officer, and I think it's DeChico, was used in the motion to suppress. And he clearly says to him, and I'm going to take it back because right now I'm looking at an appeal. And right now I'm looking at this judge's decision to allow this evidence in, even though I think it's fruits of the poisonous tree. You hear him saying, oh, you know, if we could just look at your phone, just so we could see some communications between you and your wife, just so we could see the tone of your conversation. This is the conversation that consent agreement was based on. So listen to the words here.
Said you're willing to, you know, do whatever you can to help the investigation. You know, we thank you for that. And, you know, part of that, I think, is trying to understand Ana. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone and you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st and maybe get a better insight into Ana. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is, what we're interested in, yes, download everything, what we're interested in is looking in Ana and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Ana specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is all this.
You know what I mean?
And he's hedging. He's like, I don't want you to download my whole phone. That's a lot.
What's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be like, because Tracy Miner called me today about what's going on. And
who's that?
Tracy Miner is representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her about it.
She said before you do anything, like turn on the phone or anything?
No, like before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk to law enforcement. I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them money that they want. I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it would be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that he's asking for?
He's clearly saying he's got an attorney. And Noni's Treasure House said, yeah, I thought he said they could see it all. He did during the first interview. This is the second interview, and you're allowed to change your mind. And he's saying, I have to talk to my attorney. Right? Right now, I'm just looking at appellate issues because I think that's where this is going to go.
Right. Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Ana and dates. The 31st and the 1st and present. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, that being said, I believe, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that would require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, and that's not what they're.
See, I'm not an attorney. I'm law enforcement. But, they would need a search warrant to use any of that stuff against you. No, his attorney is not present at the second interview, but I think she's present at the next.
Looking to
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take.
In Canton?
How many gigabytes of data is it? It was a lot.
Yeah,
It's a smaller one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 32 hours.
Okay, so now it's
an hour to download. Yeah. I think it would be useful to our investigation. I think it would be helpful.
All right, well, I want you to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is just talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Right. Just so you're aware, in case of mind, we don't have a crime, we're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
No, I understand.
We're here at a community caretaking function.
No,
just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that. And
We're here in a community caretaking function. We're not investigating a crime. We're investigating a missing person.
I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I would talk in the morning, then we'll do the process. I'll just give you the phone, or I'll come to Canton, or I need to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well as the.
We can come get it, and we should do it here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Bring it here. Guy works in my office that does it efficiently. Send him over.
Okay, great. So, you guys, the gentleman, on my request to be willing to talk to Tracy about it.
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I don't, but I don't, I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes, but, I just have to make sure that, you know, that I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but, I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that Ana had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like, we know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring and her wedding band, which is diamonds.
Okay.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has, I think she bought some, she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and she had a Prada bag, or usually a Prada bag. And then, what else did she have? She was either a Rolex or Hermes watch. And,
Rolex or what?
It was a Rolex or an Hermes watch. Remember before he was very confident it was an Hermes watch that she was wearing and a Prada bag. Now he's like, it's a Rolex or an Hermes watch. How much you want to bet she bought all that stuff for herself?
Hermes, Hermes, Hermes watch. She had some small diamond earrings.
Just wearing all this when she left.
I think she had I heard she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she read.
Yeah.
She's not here now.
Yeah, so because everything's at Washington D.C.
What's
all of our stuff is in Washington D.C. There's like 2% of the stuff.
But this stuff here came with her.
It's all this came with it.
Just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
I'm not sure. And the 100 boots is weird. Normally she wears leather boots, like Prada boots or something she wears. So
She wears Prada boots too. She had her hunters on.
Weird.
Does she leave any belongings here, like toiletries, anything?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and his underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the drawers there. She's got all her clothing.
Okay.
But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Okay.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
Thomas is the 6-year-old son. And he said, did you have a conversation with Thomas about what he saw that morning? Hold on a second. I'll take that back. She only has enough clothing for a day or two in the Cohasset house. Everything is in Washington, D.C. Okay.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you make some? Oh, did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Do you want to explain it?
Okay with you? Yeah. Shows this, I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this.
Not bad for some, better than I could do.
He made a picture for Yuri Bukhenik. I wonder if he was trying to give him some clues. Because Yuri Bukhenik is going to say that Thomas, the 6-year-old, brought him to the basement stairs.
But you know, the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So it was his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go." And one of the things, "I love you. I hope to see you soon." And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi, and then I said, "Was the car up here?" And he said, "No, it was all the way down there." So I said, "You didn't see the car?" He said, "No." And I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, "So yeah."
That's pretty much what I want to ask him. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So
He saw a vehicle that she got into the obviously you know, doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like,
but
I just
know you mentioned. Well, I can't remember. Did she normally take Uber or Lyft?
Normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well. I know that.
Have you guys ever called the local taxi company before?
I have. I called John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call and I would call in the mornings. I didn't book it on time. It's very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning.
Right. How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, the Uber. Yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they were like not. But I said it's they said I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Right.
But that's like a Jen and Deller, like we just have to find out when the Uber took. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like
Absolutely, yeah.
not a business account or anything like
No,
that.
all of the apps and stuff are under
It would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue Spy?
Or Nip.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing Nick was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone, you know?
Yeah, well, when we met, she did Church and Nick, and then when we got married, she did Church and Nick and Walsh. But I don't think there's anything left. Maybe in Belgrade there is, but. And she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay.
She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
She had US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Where does she carry around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a U.S. passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport. She wouldn't carry because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking Thomas questions, I don't wanna ask them the same questions, so I just wanna see if they're asking them.
Go ahead.
So what's he working on? It's Brian here.
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us, and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there.
Okay.
And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's actually he enjoys that. He was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with all of this. They're so used to the last 69 months now, long accounts of bills.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. civilian that works with the VA's office, and it's not at a police station. It's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on North
Bean Road.
Yes, that's Bean Road. But it's right behind Gillette generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
You want to talk to Brian Hamlin?
Just bring the kids on ball, obviously the 2-year-olds.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's not speaking, I'm guessing, much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone, so.
I think you can bring all the kids and toys for them to play with. And we'll see if, we're just gonna have the, person ask some questions about mom and, last time, recent conversations they can remember with her, and that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And it's really kind of a nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see and sit down before anyone talks to anyone. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow.
What time?
I don't know what time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta just, we're normally taking to school, so, I'll certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about, maybe give you all of it tomorrow.
That's actually, that's a good idea. That would be convenient.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm an emergency, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, what time are you about 7 in the morning, you said?
Unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up to.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you positive feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what you need to know.
We're trying every avenue here.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit. And we can,
all right. Great.
So typically, something will jump out.
Okay. I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You want to have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like children being interviewed. So it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing they're probably pretty flexible, but like you said, rather get it done. Time is of the essence.
Well, I mean, waiting till
waiting
Monday makes no sense at this point. We have no time.
So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. I mean, we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. Was it hello? Hey, buddy. That's hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm gonna help you find it, okay? Okay. That made a terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and now that's ruined everyone's life.
I made a terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and it's ruined everyone's life. Yeah, especially yours. You're the one, allegedly, you're the one who made all the incriminating Google searches on that iPad.
Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
His laugh is very off-putting as well. His wife is missing. She's been missing for 3 days, and his laugh is very off-putting.
Well, my boss in Kansas is going to give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up, and they hopefully we can set something up.
Any other?
Trying to think anything else want to add before we terminate that?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did you leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, certainly open to that. If that's supportive, I know you got to look everywhere. It's your job. I'm not. It's neutral. So
we got a new set of eyes, so I like to just check the box every time.
I love it. Yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
last
time,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay. It's not one that you can like walk around.
Right.
We tried that, and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it. Yes.
10 o'clock, anytime Kristen is the name of the council that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess any time works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you, 10:30 or?
How long is the session? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
Like an hour?
those are, like, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's going to be like more of just like a conversation. And, how's the mom? Their sense of how mom is and stuff like that, I guess. So I think it's going to be, I guess my answer is I don't think it's going to be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so it's an hour.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out the timing. I think 10 would probably work out just fine. So.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll plan that for 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No.
I haven't been here before.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this out.
Yeah.
All right. It is 2053, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off the report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking on that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Bukhenik are interviewing the defendant's mother, Ana Walshe.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Wow.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do?
I mean, Law and Crime has this happening on the 4th. My notes say that it was the 5th, but we're going to have to wait and see when it was that they have him on video going to the dumpsters and stuff. But they didn't look in the bags. Do they need a warrant to look in the bags? He gave them permission to search, right?
Outside.
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Yes,
Now-
I'm going to go with a cross between Norman, a cross between Justin Timberlake and Ricky Gervais. Anyone? I can't unsee it now.
What about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes,
Who?
the defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes,
And what did he say about the cell phone?
it was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's,
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Ana carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
That's like a much longer time than the time that nobody went into 34 Fairview house. They spent a lot of hours in that house, took a lot of photographs. Thank you, Friend of Dog, for gifting 10 memberships and to the 10 random new winners of memberships. Welcome. Check out the special emojis. Just go into your chat function and click that little smiley face and you'll see all the emojis that we invented, mostly for the Karen Reed trial. The Lowe's receipt was dated the 4th. That was in the car. The Volvo, as they have been calling it.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset police station.
What did you do at the Cohasset police station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search.
Okay, so I just want to point out that Law and Crime, the entire time those recordings were on, they said they were January 4th. My notes said January 5th, and so my banner said January 5th. And then because Court TV's Chiron said the 4th, I thought I was mistaken, and it turns out it wasn't me. It wasn't me, it was them, because now we're into the 6th. Right? So it was the 5th. That would have meant the Lowe's receipt was from the day before. And when is the video of him going to the dumpsters? Because what did he buy at Lowe's? All the cleaning supplies and stuff? I have questions. Yeah, I'll start this for later. Hi, Kat.
Ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
Sorry, I'm just going to scooch a little tiny bit back. Because now we're into January 6th.
6th.
Yes.
I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metro-elect command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Stop and Shop.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro search and rescue team and the state police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvasses were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
Footage.
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
Oh, stop. You make witnesses come into Cohasset PD? You don't go to their homes to make it easy for them like they do in Canton? Wow. You guys actually call witnesses into the PD? That's so crazy.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
Fanning.
And
Fanning. Interesting, because they really haven't talked about Bukhenik a lot. And Bukhenik is the one who entered into the consent agreement and who had the conversations with Brian Walshe about his phones. And then Fanning is the one who went to pick them up. And he picked up an extra phone, too. Interesting.
now, sir, when is it
And that was because they sent Yuri Bukhenik down to D.C.
the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh after the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Miner, and the defendant.
Proctor.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Proctor. Let's hear it again, just because we want to hear Proctor's name again. Because they're going to have to run away from Proctor.
Saturday. After that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Miner, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity?
Wow, that's so crazy. Because they collected his phones. Didn't they say they only collected his phones on the 6th and then they also returned them on the 6th? I seem to remember from our pre-trial coverage that it was like maybe 18 hours or 12 hours that they gave him back. Crazy, right? How they could just download your phones, do a complete and total extraction and return your phones to you like the same day when Aiden Carney is still waiting on his phones from, I don't know, 2 years ago. So crazy.
6th.
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right. they're acknowledged. The audio from 1/7/23 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55.
This is his third recorded interview, if you're keeping track. Proctor was there.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
The reporter is on. It is 13:52 on June 7th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is
I'm Dave DeChico. I'm a DICICCO trooper with the Norfolk County.
Trooper Proctor, PRO, CTO, detective with the Norfolk County DA's office.
Proctor.
Tracy Miner, attorney for Brian Walshe.
And I'm Brian Walshe.
perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
We were just talking about hopefully emails and passwords that Ana may use. And, so staying on that topic, let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know Ana uses. I also know she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that she uses to communicate, I know of Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within efforts of texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's, so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the iMessenger stuff has been people been calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week. So.
And password for Instagram.
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking. So I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Bayograd is capital B, local $1 $sign.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on. So, like, the credit cards. So, maybe the bank accounts, I don't really look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook, you have access.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I have. But Facebook, Instagram are the ones I use. Email, text, and phone calls. I mean, Venmo. I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Right. So that Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, you gave us a list of 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something. And they have they have one of their locations right here in England. Or is that the credit unions in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Day or Liberty Home?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
Didn't she recently open an account in DC?
I think she was using her Apple credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about,
There was some pretrial discussion about redacting some stuff that his lawyer says. She's the only female in the room. Her name is Tracy Miner. She's a white collar attorney. She was representing him on his fake Andy Warhol painting scheme. And they've redacted some of her statements, but now the jury knows that he had a lawyer for this third recorded statement. It could work against him. Thanks, Todd, for gifting 10 memberships. You're awesome, Todd Sandler. And the good ones are here, and they gifted 5 memberships. And there's 15 more new members than there were this morning. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome.
No, I had a credit card from Capital One. No, definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's, anything else?
The money that was moved from sale of the house to the escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
And where is that company escrow? Or just circling back to that.
Yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
Yeah, so 200,000.
And is that, those are proceeds from the sale of the Rear Street?
Yeah, yes, December 20th.
December 29th is when the sale actually closed.
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that exchange is slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there's also, talk about something here in Massachusetts. But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
Yeah, you guys have
No, there has been nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there?
2 in Lynn, none in Revere.
Excuse me. Yeah. And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and mother share.
That would be like an account bank in Belgrade.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her mom's?
It's in mom's name. They also have a piece of property across that her and her sister own. There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she went international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the U.S., those are all joint with you, correct?
Well, everything's in her name.
Well, yeah, in our name, but, all right. Fair enough. Is there any business dealings pursuing on her own without your?
Without my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, without your, input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. No, we talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
So her business, like, obviously, expire and then this real estate investment before that's what it.
Only, my company, the Lens company.
When you hear the break in the tape, the silence, those are things that were redacted pursuant to agreement.
Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do, watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've been building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that off the ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're going to go cash flow positive this year. Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So,
we work with an psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
I'm sorry, is he saying that he does cybersecurity and he has a business partner, but he's also a thief and a fraudster who has been selling fake Andy Warhol paintings, but he's also a cybersecurity professional? Well, that raises some red flags. And if he's a cybersecurity specialist, he's the dumbest criminal on the planet for making those Google searches, right? Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna rewind that a little bit. Thank you. I don't even remember what the question was at this point. They're like, yeah, what do you do what is it exactly that you say you do here? Yeah, cybersecurity to get other people's info.
I'm working on with my company. Only my company, the Lens company.
My
yeah,
company.
It's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do when I'm watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've been building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that off the ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're going to go cash flow positive this year. Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So,
I wonder if his company trained and retrained Tully.
We work with a psychologist or workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
And, any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the government. We've got 5 or 6 possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to private and public companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you have, is that your sole
That's the main.
business at the moment?
That's the main focus. Yeah.
The trading card business?
Yeah, there's the fresh food, but that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Ana and I who asked for support, and we've been doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a large investment on your end for that? Or did they start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so dollars.
Place to recoup that money?
Yes, yes, yeah. The focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment in the cybersecurity strategy?
Yeah, I can actually have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so let's say $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we got to close any of the UK deals. And once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partners and I have not taken any salaries out of those yet, though. So
Your partner in the trading card business.
he's
Is that
involved.
dissolving?
No.
Dissolving or?
No, I'm not partners. No.
No,
No, I'm just
you discuss it?
Yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind, and hopefully he'll be able to. He got rid of one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves. When they're bringing on a couple other people, just it just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months, and he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly. Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So there's a plan for new partners, new investment partners is that how you're gonna recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me, but he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's going to, off the sales of that, I could recoup my money definitely.
We brought up the restitution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that to be resolved? What's going on?
We don't have a timetable.
They don't.
That's why
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of harvesting? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, people have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's huge.
Hey, counselor, why not tell the law enforcement about his incentive to do away with his wife because of the $400,000 in restitution that she wants him to pay prior to sentencing, which is coming up pretty soon? It's bizarre. He's such a braggart, too. He's such a braggart. He's a name dropper. He's a label dropper. He's all the things. He seems narcissistic. And I think actually pre-trial, didn't we learn that he once had a diagnosis of NPD or narcissistic personality disorder? I think I remember that, unless I'm conflating cases, which also could be the case. That's Tracy Miner speaking, yes.
Only 3 to 5 years, typical.
Okay.
But it's always beneficial, everybody, the defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total dollar amount of restitution that's settled? That's still like ballpark.
Ballpark 450,000.
Well, we've already paid close to 200,000.
How did we pay that much?
175.
That much.
She's like, yeah, no, I don't think we've paid that much. No, I don't think we paid 175 either. No, you're, as usual, being hyperbolic and braggadocious, but no, you didn't pay that much.
It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of $75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's sentenced, get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
Oh, at 90, so it's 165. Yeah, and there's there's 200,000 as well. Right, just so you know, Ana's main thing was like, when are you coming to DC? The reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're coming to DC, then we'll just pay that bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that we want to do
so supposedly, it would have been concluded in October. I think so.
Hingham Savings Bank and New Bank, that something you're gonna do for
I went down to Cohasset town when we got here, and I opened up at the local bank. It was a still one of the oldest bank in the United States or in Massachusetts, and I thought, oh, this is great. I'll have a personal account there. I never used him saying it was, all the restitution money went in, and I took, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But Ana never did anything with that account. No access to it at all. I mean, it's been closed for a year.
Possibility that she had an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me. But I mean, anything's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it. So
Going back just to what Robert is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated at all into this?
possible.
Possible.
Yeah.
Still on the table.
Of 6 months.
Yeah.
But that's all been put under suspense because of this.
So that's also,
Because,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if Ana could take care of the kids for 3 months, for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing for me.
But also, I mean, Ana and my mother both lost it. They were not having it. So
The fact that you may
Well,
wait for 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where would the kids go?
We discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me.
Yeah.
And we discussed that on September 1st, because we only got this house for 6 months.
Okay.
I had said, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will be able to see you or the children. And you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. But, we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of, not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there and not here, I said, maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before, and also, what was Tracy going to say if I take the kids, and I try to do it with the kids, and I said, but I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, having 3 boys at the house, and we only do a pond, so there was a lot up in the air because you're not stressed with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, got a lady over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. If she was in Serbia, she asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer.
Robin is the nanny. Robin is the nanny. Defies Logic says, yeah, this is boring and it doesn't help either way. I have to disagree because I think it does help, because this is his 3rd recorded interview. And knowing what we know now from Larry Tipton's opening, Brian Walshe had already disposed of her body. Everything that he says is a lie. Everything that he says to the police is designed to send them in a different direction, to keep looking for Ana. So a jury could be like, this guy is lying. And there's more. This is not the last interview. I think there's 4 or 5 interviews, and every single one of them is recorded. I know it's shocking. It's shocking. And somebody said that the reporters in the courtroom are saying that the jurors have checked out. But it absolutely, I think 100% helps us to know how extensive this guy can lie, and how easy it was for him to just keep making up these stories and just keep talking and spilling all the tea and making up all this BS, knowing the entire time that he had already disposed of his wife's body. Cold, calculating, yes. I mean, I can't wait until he takes the stand. And based on these interviews, he's absolutely 100% going to have to. And remember, Harry Turk took the stand too. But Harry Turk's defense was, listen, in the heat of passion, I just put my hands around her neck and all of a sudden I blacked out. I had no idea what I did. And then I panicked when she just went limp. And then I disposed of her body by putting bricks in her yoga pants and putting her in a pond. That was horrific. And Larry Tipton, oh no, that was Kevin Reddington who defended Harry Turk. Forget it. Got him on a lesser charge, got him the lowest manslaughter charge because Dr. Harry Turk, the surgeon, said he just snapped. Brian Walshe says he just went up there, he nudged her, she fell out of bed, and she was just gone. And then he just disposed of her body. We don't know what got him to that point. But it's going to be interesting. Harry Turk did testify, and I think Walshe is going to have to testify too.
Support with the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, and now it's just not possible. She's like, "You've been my mother," and I was like, "Your mother's never like that. She can't last." Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching. Her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year. So
How did that conversation, like, where did that rest? Like where did you guys leave that?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Ana, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to first the left here. We really need to find out what you did that day and a good timeline for you. I know that
Timeline.
previous couple interviews told us that I had left him at 6, and he said he got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30 make breakfast. And
French toast, yeah.
That's his previous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not cheating pistol.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we just start at when you got out of bed and what you did?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I had to go to William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, and Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work, and he's like, "Yeah, I already know." I said, "Why?" I was like, "All right, French toast time." So Brian came down. I made the breakfast, and emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon? Was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I made sure it was in so Zach and Daniel, who are, we basically work, they were always in contact every day, so I wanted them to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I can only get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time. But I figured the phone show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house, and it was to go to my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands, CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was the main thing. I think I got back, at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict, so I'm you call I'm 100% compliant on those.
Right. So when you first left the house at, Josh?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think you were walking after Josh?
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that.
He remembers everything else. He tells them everything else in such detail. The French toast, the this, all the bank accounts, all the things with the cybersecurity training company. He tells them, and then all of a sudden he can't remember where he went 2 days ago. Is that a tell?
Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Pulls. Barnes and Noble is the place where you get baseball cards too.
Okay. So you don't often go to Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. But yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I didn't know.
Okay. So
Pretty focused on the milk? You're pretty focused on the milk. Okay. The children are in state custody. And I don't think they're together. They might be separated. I'm not sure. There's 3 of them. They were 2, 4, and 6 on the day of Ana's murder.
While you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge, and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
Yeah, kind of like things like that. And, then he gets very generalized when he's lying. You can tell it's a tell. I'm not a body language expert. I'm not a linguistics expert, but I can tell when this guy's lying based on only the audio of his interview. Because then he's like, kind of like, yes, kind of like say goodbye to her. And then like, kind of like, yeah, got to focus on the milk.
Yes, I did.
What was that address?
330 Paradise Road.
Paradise and
Swampscott.
your condo.
What?
Your
Condos are fun, yes, sir.
And that's private because of some family in Swampscott?
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What unit do you?
1320.
Okay, so you were directed at Swampscott. What route did you drive up in?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way, and then I came probably. So what did I do? Because I noticed it was going 1A. I went 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to what's it called? The Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
No, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there, there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you got lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
Right. And what did you do at the house?
She didn't know that I was coming because I know I call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, "I was like, it's your son. Supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I have the phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in.
Okay. To his mother. Who is it? It's your son? It's your son? How is it? How about who is it? It's me. That's just weird. That's just weird.
And she's like, "Who is it?" She didn't know that I was coming because I don't like call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, "I was like, it's your son, supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I don't have the phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in, and then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from whatever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't know the exact name of it.
Right now he remembers nothing. Now he remembers nothing because he didn't practice this part of his story. Right?
And that's a couple things from CVS. She likes clean pads is usually, she can't have enough gloves and clean pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left Yvonne to CVS, you think where
And then I was just in that area, that small Scott area.
the Whole Foods in CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call out here to stop. Sometimes I go Stop and Shop or what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
Home Goods.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So,
But I thought they were so wealthy it didn't matter. But now he's concerned about the price of dog food. Okay.
yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously Market Basket and things like that. So
you get some grocery shopping for your mom?
Just a little bit, yeah. She does not, require a huge amount. So.
And back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and what you say you.
Right, and think about this. This is January of 2023. This is 1 year after the murder of John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe is blowing up Proctor's phone, and Proctor's trying to investigate this situation, right? This is before Aidan Carney even wrote his first article about the Karen Reed case. Think about that. I don't know how Proctor could focus on anything else with his phone blowing up constantly. Thanks, Sarah, for reminding us.
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed. What Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You get to DC with the family." Was one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? She's going with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live at a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. They're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, "I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily." So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she's like, "Okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening." So I get that. That makes sense. Yes. We were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark, or
I don't live down here.
Okay, got it. Shipyard. There you go. Thanks. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her and close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, you stop anywhere on the way home?
No.
No gas stop?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like I gas. I'm sorry. I'll have to check. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay things with gas or credit card?
Yeah, I was about to say I usually pay for stuff in a credit card. So if I did get gas, I'd know.
Credit card?
I use the Freedom card. Yeah, the Chase Freedom.
In case you're just tuning in, you might be confused. This is not a witness testifying. They're playing an audio recording of the third recorded interview of Brian Walshe, and that's why the camera's on him, because we are watching him listen to his third recorded interview. This one, Proctor was in the room for.
Is that an account that was joint?
That's a joint account, the Chase account's account, yeah.
Okay, so from Swampscott, come directly home, and then because I looked at your monitoring,
Yeah,
Sounds about right.
yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of well, you have to notify them of the rule, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done with the morning when we tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today, is that?
No. So, with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take, to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game that's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
He's talking about the conditions of his house arrest. The GPS monitor bracelet that he had on his ankle apparently does not track his location. It only tracked what time he left the house, and he had standing permission to leave the house to pick the kids up or take the kids to and from school. But other special trips he would need special permission for.
A particular trip that on Sunday when you got the Swampscott, I think it was the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We're taking care of her. Then I drove her up.
This is mind-numbing to me. At no point is he like, why are we talking about all of this stuff? Can you just go find my wife? What does any of this have to do with anything? He is like happy. There's almost a glee in his voice, giving them all of these details that are so random. And he's so narcissistic that he just thinks that it's the whole story that he's telling is just going to direct their attention away from him. Like, look, over here. Let's talk about my mother's cataract surgery. It's wild. If your wife was missing, wouldn't you be screaming like, why are you asking me these dumbass questions? Let's go find her. I mean, it's wild. It's a fascinating look into like narcissistic personality disorder. And he does actually have the diagnosis. So I'm not just diagnosing him myself.
At her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to like stay here like for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery. And then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Your mother has cataract surgery and you just let her drive her car back? I lost track of when the surgery was, but he let her drive back on Thursday, but she just had cataract surgery. She shouldn't be driving anywhere. Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary. This guy is really unbelievable. These interviews are so important. I know that we've been sitting here for 7 hours listening to recorded interviews, but they are so important. And they are giving us such insight into his psyche and who he is. And just think about if they had recorded interviews of Karen Reed, she never testified, right? And so if they had recorded interviews of her, the jury would have been able to get insight into Karen Reed and the way she was acting and behaving, right? And it could have been good, it could have been bad. But this is why it's so important for them to record interviews, because if he doesn't testify, the jury has already heard 7 hours of him blathering about ridiculousness at a time when they should be looking for his wife. Yes, or recorded interviews of the McCabe's and the Alberts. How important would those have been for a jury? And we know they know how to do it because they did it. They did it in this case. And I think Harry Turk's case was in, correct me if I'm wrong, it was either 2020 or 2021. They recorded all of his interviews at the hospital too. So it was before the murder of John O'Keefe when they were recording interviews. It's not like they just found the tape recorder for Brian Walshe. They just didn't find the tape recorder for the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and it should infuriate you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
So you're here Sunday night, here for the night. You go out on Monday. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I wrote thing kind of for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. And what was the other thing? I think that was it. I think that was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
That's how they got him. That's how they got him, because he said the only thing he did that day was take his son for ice cream. And that's how they got him, because they got the location data off his phone and they found out he went a couple other places. That's how they get him, lying to the police. Just one of the million lies that he's told.
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Ana had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you go on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day looking for the phone.
Yeah, he said the boys went down to
Right, yeah.
They found a speaker.
There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Ana had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
Yes, you did hear that. The nanny was going through the garbage looking for his missing phone. And there was a coffee grinder in there and a speaker. Okay. Remember, also, he recently was shanked in prison. In jail. He was attacked by another inmate in the Norfolk County Pokey, and he got stabbed in the head by a homemade type of shank. And that is one of the reasons why he claimed that he couldn't focus or sleep and was sent to Bridgewater State. The Cupcakes called Robin to the stand next. Robin, at what point did you know he was a murderer? Thank you. I'll take this back a little bit.
Yeah, he said the boys went down to
Right, yeah.
They found a speaker.
There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Ana had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Amazon Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you recall once on.
Yeah, that was it.
The ice cream.
I think, yeah, usually I gotta go to treat with Thomas. I had a one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up. But I don't have a huge amount of time. Noon is over and Hingham was good.
Yeah.
I think, is that what we wanted? They wanted to go somewhere. He was like, he was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to press. He wanted to go to press, which is the,
He didn't plan this part of the story.
Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream. So.
And he's laughing. He's laughing. Your wife is missing, sir. Your wife has been missing at this point. Now we're in the 7th. The 7th. She hasn't been seen since the 1st of January. She's gone for almost a week. And you're just laughing?
So, we're in Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is like, that was weird. And we're over time, basically. So, I told her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was going to 12:31. No one seemed worried, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And, I almost called work last time.
Maybe you are insane because you don't seem worried now. You're laughing about how worried you seemed then, but right now she's been missing for a week and you don't seem worried at all.
I was like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday.
Did you pick up on that? He just imitated her voice. I don't need my husband calling me at work. It's so embarrassing. Listen to that. I don't know. Do you sense a little resentment? Listen.
Last time, I was like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work. I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I called Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, is what's going on?" I was like, "Here's Brian Walshe, I'm his husband." Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there? He's like, is there a problem? I was like, not if she's at work. And that's when that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down.
Everyone's telling you to calm down.
And I was going to call work, and people, the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work. And that's why I kept texting. Where are you? I emailed her. I said, you're missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got, her name is Alexandra, but Ana has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of, so she has a bunch of nicknames. That's Ana's sister.
I saw that you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, which is Wednesday, you'd already told her that you can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police. Police, come on,
tell her to wait to call the police because I was at the time I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said I'll call DC,
Huey?
and he met them. and he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going, because he's, ex-Secret Service and everything. So, I mean, if I asked, basically, I was gonna do it, myself, and he's like, let me do it. And, that's the human resource, officer, Teresa, who immediately got me, who called me, she's like, I'm driving over now, I'm gonna tune you in with Huey, so I was like, okay. Because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, we have support for you. But there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happened pretty quick after.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
The name Richard Walker?
No.
Does the name Richard Walker mean anything to you? Cohasset PD got an email from a guy named Richard Walker who claimed that he was holding Ana hostage. It said something like, we have Ana. She screwed us over in a business deal. And if you don't pay us something like, I'm just going to give a random number because I know it was a weird number. Like, if you don't give us $128,000, you'll never see her again. But listen to how they just kind of slid that into the conversation.
But it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
Huey.
The name Richard Walker?
No.
No.
Who's that?
It's I also was leave
On that?
Yeah.
Brian's mother?
Yeah.
I'd like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up people I gotta run up, and I think,
So we don't know if he wrote the Richard Walker email. We never heard, we don't know. They were trying to keep it out and the judge said it's coming in. So I want to hear this again. I want to hear what because I can't hear the officer's explanation for who Richard Walker is. So I got to turn it up in my ear so I can tell you.
Came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
The name Richard Walker?
No. Who's that?
It's I also was leave
On that?
Yeah.
Brian's mother?
Yeah.
I'd like to offer a report.
It was like total mumbling. I couldn't hear anything that the officer said after that. And then was that his mother who said, I'm his mother?
Yeah, and I will run up people I gotta run up, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly. Instead of, anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I still talked to Tracy, so.
What does she want to offer for the reward?
But she'll offer, I mean, she'll offer more, I will offer.
That's the concept of.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, it's before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's important that we
Sometimes you can just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no, we don't want to do anything
No,
that's going to impede the
Yeah,
investigation.
thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you, that's our focus.
When I called you the next day about the media,
Right.
probably picking up
Yeah.
the inquiries.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
So I want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
The media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, so newspapers. And that's a lot of the part. Tracy's here to, basically, cool that, in a different time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect you for, my other legal problems that happen.
Yeah. Main goal here is to find out,
Yeah.
we're getting a lot of, noise from, leads, from everywhere.
You have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just, talking to folks out here.
Okay.
I figured I'd throw it out. But it does not.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you
don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why
no,
you ask that?
Ana had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognizing, like, it was the same person
Oh, really?
that would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot, it's not a high, so 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, it was very nice and, good driver. No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, that's. But I know that she normally you don't see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, driver that have direct account.
Right. I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked, "Are you doing that?" And at the time when I asked, this is a while ago, she said no. So
You specifically.
I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it. And that was like a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
And what rideshare service was
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always.
black?
I don't know. She usually gets the regular stuff, whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning with Cohasset. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was going to make it to the airport because we couldn't get anyone, or they were 30 minutes out.
Obviously, with Ana missing, public and many people are going to have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something to Ana. It's important.
Tracy is preparing for that.
Yeah. We know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a real timeline for you and how well, and suspicions of that and quicker and both of us.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're in the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday, for me, but that's why I really want you to kind of think hard and never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we should verify, what you can't verify. We basically want to know where you went, what you go, and where you stopped. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's.
Yes.
And actually go to
Sure, I forget about that. Awesome.
back here, back out towards Swan.
Right.
Route travel again up there.
Is Route 1?
So from here, like us, when they leave here, they go out to start.
I go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, I guess, 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then I get to Boston, and through Boston, and then 1, I guess it's going to go to 1A, but I stay on 1 somehow. Because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
So at what point did you go, damn?
Right. That's why it took him so long to go to his mother's house, because he got lost. He got lost because his phone was lost, and she was living in a new place in Swampscott, and he doesn't know how to get there without the GPS on his phone. And I guess he didn't know how to work the GPS in his Volvo, and that's why it took him so long. So listen to this abada.
The ship. The ship. So there's there's a ship on the north North Shore. So you're on Route 1, there's a shift. Christmas tree store used to be there, I think on the right. Yeah, so I think I was like, I think I've gone too far. And I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never use it.
Okay, so do you turn around or you keep going?
No, I looked around and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here and I was like over here. I could go across.
Okay, so you start crossing them on Route 114.
I think so. Yeah, I remember that.
And that brings you over to what?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
Your condos in Lynn, check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They were both occupied. Yes.
Laughing makes
You're welcome to. I mean, we have to talk to the tenants. We're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct off, is that right?
Yes.
And how long is it?
Not long. Just it's a good question.
Is anyone else hearing like a heartbeat in this recording? It's like a heartbeat. That is right. Lies always have beads of truth. Those are the best lies. Mama, 3 blessings. The best lies are always the ones that have beads of truth in them.
I don't really have a timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimate it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I was around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errands?
Yeah, I went to the errands and I got back and I was there a bit longer and then back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods?
ZS, yeah.
And you had to go to 2 stores because were you looking for Whole Foods?
Yeah, it's the first foods at Whole Foods and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that. Or
And don't throw them in there.
I do not say. I might have done gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And
It's the telltale heart.
moms got that in the
Yeah.
conversation.
I was out and out being there for New Year's, and she's like, "Okay, how are things going?" I said, "Yeah, I was going to a great night." And then she's like, "Is Robin at the house?" I said, "Yes, I got to get back." And she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother and I were to come back. She's like, "Your phone." So there's a lot of discussion about that, and then me getting to see with the kids. She's like, "You can't like this going on too long," and that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of the surgeries are done now up here too, so it's a good. She was like, it's a good time. I've done my cataract surgery. I've had all my my checkups for my lungs. So this would be a good time to go.
I'm going to say 100% he takes the stand. Jay.
Yeah, she asked like, "Where's Lana?" And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, "Well, she's working all the time." And I said, "Yeah." Yeah. No, last time on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was I was like, "What's going on?" And she basically said, "You're asking a lot of questions. What's going on?" I was like, "Well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, "Hey," I said I was going to take care of it. And then I was like, "All right." So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, "Okay, well." And then she also said, "I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days." I remember her saying that. She's like,
He's putting on a show. He's doing his best acting. He's trying to pretend that he really, really, really wasn't mad that she blew him off on Christmas Eve. And that he really, really wasn't mad that she didn't get home until like 8 p.m. on Christmas Day and missed all the stuff with the kids. He's trying to pretend like it didn't really bother him at all. Do you think it bothered him? Being on house arrest and all? back a smidge. We're just a tiny bit behind. The judge said they're only working till 4, but it is still a little past 4.
I said, all right, so I didn't want to get into it, especially, she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night, so I was like, okay, well, and then she also said, I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like, it's all to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than what I thought it might be, but I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that. So I assume that something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She'd be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone, stuff going on. So. Well, she lives, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't, I don't know. I mean, again, this is all my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and someone went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no, she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think you want to live in the ability to go back
We lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said I have to go back. She kept saying I have to go back early. Then after Jen left, she said I have to go back tomorrow.
So she mentioned it a few times, like you had to go back early, but then after Jen left, she said,
Right. So in the morning, and I was like, well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, and that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up, so she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also do with the flights and things like that.
so that when late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, probably hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to explain. No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I just was like that. I said, who else is working at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this.
He's trying so hard to pretend he wasn't really mad about it. And he's also trying so hard. And we don't really know for sure or not whether he knew about the affair. I mean, the story is that his mother hired the PI and told the PI, do not tell Brian I hired you. I think she's cheating, but he doesn't know. So he's trying to either make it sound like he had no idea she was having an affair, but he really did. And he really wasn't mad that she blew him off for all the holidays because she was in Dublin for Thanksgiving. Then didn't show up Christmas Eve. And then Christmas Day, she was only home from 8 p.m. till 5 a.m.
Stuff out of there early. I could see that, corporate So, and she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title? That
She was the regional general manager.
both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, not anybody underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely, but she,
Or they could.
yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time, so she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM, and then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing, so she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes,
Okay. When did she actually show up at Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day
Yes.
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we can get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she.
That's funny because he said she missed her flight, and now he's saying her flight was canceled, and she drove on Christmas Day from D.C. all the way to Boston. What was the weather that day? Was it snowing? This is one time I would like to know if it was snowing. Showed up at 8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
Just got in the car and started to drive, and I said, no, don't get rest, which might have been better, but it's very her. That is her to very all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you didn't suspect I was lying here until you arrived late. Did you ever suspect her of having an affair or suspect her of sleeping in the
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. And we were 3 kids, and I after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, "This might not be the life I had promised you. If you want to leave, I understand." She said, "No, let's do it together." And we were, we're focused on our relationship and the kids. And it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family, and this would be it would be totally outside of her value system.
He's nodding again.
Angry or would you just say
I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to get divorced. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I assume. Again, the story I knew is that she's like, I'm leaving with someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing is like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair. What do you mean? We've had conversations about, the struggles that we're having being apart. And she's like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus.
Is there complaints about like inconsistency all the time?
Yeah, there was certainly difficult, but we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on a regular basis. Not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage at the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, well, when I'm here, like, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that.
Oh, they were having less sex. But it didn't bother him. He's trying to make us think. Oh, boy.
That was we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. She's always complaining like going to rental, TV's rentals. But her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. At every moment she was flying here or working. I mean,
He doth protest too much. When's the time? I don't know. The entire time she's living in Washington, D.C. while you're in Boston, where would she find the time? I don't know. This is kind of making me think that he did know because he's trying to protest too much that, oh no, she wouldn't even have time to have an affair. When would she have time to have an affair? Why would she have an affair? I don't know. Because you're a criminal and you're how you got to pay $400,000 in restitution and you haven't even been sentenced yet. And you got an ankle bracelet on. And right now you're a glorified babysitter with a nanny because you can't work because you can't leave the house, but you also have a nanny and she's bringing down 300 plus a year. It sounds to me like he did know, but because he's protesting too much. I want to hear that again.
Her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Makes perfect sense to us.
Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. At every moment she was flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too, but maybe I'm not. I only see it like one way.
You're so naive, Brian. You're so stupid, even though you're such a
Who would
narcissist.
be with me? It's like, I don't even know.
Is work emergencies common? Is that anyone that should pick up on?
Yeah, I think I've been leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, you know, upticks or something that, you know, like an outlier. You know, there was a time when the FBI, you know, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that, you know, we talked about all the time. And that it was, you know, it was a huge pressure for her. And she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
Going home for a few hours, some kind of.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I guess it's the same thing. She was going to come in on, my lady's the county here. So she was gone. Yeah, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd. So 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was going to stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get, I was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have a, I was upset. I had 2 weeks, in Belgrade and 1 day here. Kids and I, need more than that. So,
Your Honor, Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go this?
No, pick a time now.
Thank you.
Please save us.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air when you can, either at lunch when you get home. It helps from my experience. Bruce, I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have and that I expect to know you will be obedient to them. First, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. And before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that We're getting the first snowstorm.
Oh, snowstorm is coming.
Lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway.
Don't
I
do
have
it, Judge.
great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting.
Yes.
Did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. And it sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But I don't want to jinx this. So I'll leave it there. Bruce, have a good night. And again, thanks for your attention today.
All right, for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
Oh, we gotta turn it down. It's a little loud. All right, with the page turning in the mic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated. What is the plan for day 2?
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the results of the safari searches, the safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on all in the electronics?
We're going to do the monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half dozen witnesses if we go fast. And I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have because I'm not too sure what the cross will be. So I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. What I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing. But we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Good. All right. There was another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was Exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point, I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion eliminate.
So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today, I can give the court.
Yes.
It's not, I think the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a one-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or Quails or whatever the name, how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Ana Walshe that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a one-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining our argument a little more concisely. with
All right.
respect to those.
All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, praise be. We're coming back tomorrow. That's enough of that. Sitting in this chair for 8 hours is exhausting. And we took Kay Huber through 535 miles. So happy to keep you company on your trip. Thank you, Candy, for your earlier super sticker this morning. Thought this was hilarious. Susan Smith said the devil buys Prada for his wife. Well done. Well done. He knew everything. He knew all the labels on everything. Either he's a narcissist or he's just a fashionista. I don't know. We spent the entire day listening to Brian Walshe's recorded interviews by the Cohasset PD and the Massachusetts State Police. And while it was dull because we didn't get to see any fiery cross-examination or really much testimony at all, it was a fascinating look into the psyche of potential psychopath Brian Walshe. Kelly said, did I just hear Brian Walshe say he broke the ceiling and I've not fixed it yet whilst talking about the sun? I don't know if I heard that he broke the ceiling. I saw something go flying by in chat that he may have put some Christmas decorations away in the ceiling and the ceiling broke, but I don't think we heard that in testimony today. Maybe somebody knew that from somewhere else. Friend of Dog gifted 10. Thank you so very much. That was earlier. Jill Marr, thanks for your super chat. I love watching these trials with you too. And Not a House Defendant says MSP should be used to this. Just trust me, bro. Yeah, that's what it was like. Thanks for your super chat. Christine Mitchell says, are Karen's lawyers listening? I'm sure they are because it's all the same players, right? Guarino. Remember what Guarino said on the stand? Kill me. Kill me. Candy said he went up there and it broke. Was that during the testimony or was that during the statement? Because Crime Genie, if you heard that, it might have got by me because I did have to go off camera a couple of times. So I don't know. Bridget said no recording of Karen Reed because they were framing her a new plan daily as they planted evidence. Hashtag tell me I'm wrong. Thanks, Bridget. And Bridget also says, thank you. Thanking the mods for all that they do. Thank you for another super chat. Yuri was in the house this morning. That's right. We saw him. He was in court and judge said you got to be on standby. There were 3 or 4 witnesses who came in this morning, maybe 4 or 5. And yeah, I heard that people who are in the courthouse saw him in the hallway. Cohasset Mom became a new member. All right. Well, I think we have a lot of Cohasset viewers here. So tell us, Cohasset Mom, what is the buzz in town? Did you know Ana? Did you know Brian? What's the buzz? Thanks, Julie, for becoming a member. And Nate Taylor says, watch Brian. He's starting to doze. Yeah, I could barely stay awake. And I had a lot of iced coffee today. Trust is Love says, hey, Melanie, it says subscribe mode only, and I'm a member, not sure what is happening with YouTube. Yeah, it's subscribers only, 48 hours. We got a huge troll factor in here. So if you're a member, and you're also subscribed to the channel, which you should be, then you shouldn't have any problem chatting. Mass Dad said, I ran into Hank Brennan this morning. Wow, where was that and how did that go? That's interesting. And Tina's Window, thank you very much for your super sticker. I started this for later. Higcat44 says, I'm behind, so I doubt you'll read this, but could you explain again the change of fonts in Cosgrove's affidavit? I thought I understood until Aiden was talking about it. Yeah. So Cosgrove, this is with regard to the Aiden Carney case. Cosgrove could not get Mello to sign an affidavit, even though he got something like, I don't know, 6 extra weeks to respond to this motion or that motion, the mega motion. And so instead of, I don't know, having Ken Mello e-sign an affidavit or something, he decided that he was going to then speak in his affidavit and adopt Mello's voice. And so he changed the font so that we would know that he was adopting Mello's voice, and it would be what Mello would say if he could fill out an affidavit accordingly, according to Cosgrove, Robert Cosgrove. It was wild and it was insane. And I've never, in over 30 years of practice, seen anything quite like it. Thank you, Nay, for your super sticker. I appreciate you so. Yeah, YouTube has been acting up a lot lately. So what you should do is make sure you're still subscribed. Make sure all your notifications are set. We're going to come back tomorrow at 8:50. As soon as I hit end on this stream, it's going to teleport you to the morning stream so that you can smash the like button for the morning and set your notifications so you can come back. Come on back. Thanks, moderators. Today was, I'm not sure how it was today because I wasn't really watching the chat. I was watching the chat because there was not a lot for me to commentate on because all we were doing was listening to the recorded statements of Brian Walshe. And what is interesting is that the defense is now going to be, he just found her dead. He just found her dead. He went up there and he just found her dead and he nudged her and she fell out of the bed, which if anybody knows, dead weight is a real thing. So I don't know, that might be his dead giveaway. And then we don't know what happened, but he did dispose of her body. He will have to testify, in my opinion. It's going to be wild. We're going to see Guarino tomorrow if we can get through everything else that's supposed to happen tomorrow, including 40 more minutes of this recorded interview. There might be a 4th recorded interview. So 40 more minutes of entire recorded interviews. Then he says, Greg Connor says he's got about a half an hour more with the detective who's on the stand or the sergeant who's on the stand from Cohasset PD. Then Larry Tipton will cross. And then, and only then, will Guarino take the stand. And that's going to be pretty exciting. Oh, Cindy says, he said we learned you can't walk up in the attic as seen by the hole in the ceiling that he didn't fix yet. Thank you. I must have missed that. Mass Dad's response is hilarious. Hold on. It's going to take a little scrolling. Suffolk Superior, he ran into Hank Brennan this morning by the clerk's office. He yelled at the clerk for being effing incompetent. Isn't it, Rich? Well, yeah, and I trust you, bro. I believe that that's exactly what happened. Thank you. Thank you, Trust His Love, for becoming a member. Oh, and prayers up in the chat for Let's Fix Justice, who said, keep the trials coming so I can watch while I'm going to chemo for the 3rd time. Prayers up, sending you all of the healing vibes. And Olivia pointing out that the landlord for Brian and Ana Walshe's house is suing them not only for those damages like holes in the walls and the ceiling, but also for the crime scene cleanup fees he incurred. Yeah, I think that lawsuit's over. We went over that lawsuit a long time ago. And while the landlord is on the witness list, they have said that they're not going to call him and none of that evidence is going to come in. So interesting. All right, you guys. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate each and every one of you. I love you with all of my heart. And if I don't see you soon, I'm going to die, but I'm going to see you tomorrow. Thanks, Maz. I could never do this without you. You know, you're the best. And, let's go Giants. Peace out, everybody. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Do everything YouTube likes, like smash the like button. Okay? All right, you guys. Take care. Peace. See you tomorrow.